当你褪下春节喜庆的红，披上纯白的战甲，我愿用微薄之力为你再添武装。当你战斗于病毒的硝烟，为暂停的世界按下播放键，我愿用更贴心的护理与你同心守护。当健康码似无形的铁网，阻隔学术成长的脚步，我愿在小小屏幕中开启窗扉，与你走向未来。我们始终在一起，就如同过往的许多年一样。
第5届康乐宝 WOCF 护理高峰论坛，以爱之名，贴心守护，
以爱之名，贴心守护，
美好未来无限可能，
宏图更展，再谱华章，
历久弥新，更添精彩。
这已经成为标志性的会议，我们每年期待它，希望它能引领我们专业的发展，越办越好，美好未来无限可能。
疫情终将过去，春天自会到来。祝 WOCF 活动越办越好。
我们携手再次出发，
专业专注，聚焦赋能，饕餮盛宴，引领学术，祝第5届 WOCF 圆满成功。
以创新破壁，用思维链接，我们在一起为患者创造贴心护理的更好未来。
Distinguished experts, dear professors online, good afternoon. Welcome to the 5th WOCF. I am your moderator from Coloplast. My name is Ji Yuan. In 2020, we were challenged by the worldwide epidemic, and WCF was called a stop, and our exploration into academia was never stopped. In 2021, we are gathering on the cloud with stronger cohesion and courage to conquer the difficulties. In this WCF, we have invited professionals and experts in stoma and incontinence in the world to explore the cutting-edge academic development. And unlike before, we have invited the labor union to give us a good performance. Now let's enjoy the opening performance. Welcome.
夜空中最亮的星，能否听清那仰望的人心底的孤独和叹息？哦，夜空中最亮的星，能否记起曾与我同行，消失在风里的身影？我祈祷拥有一颗透明的心灵和会流泪的眼睛，给我再去相信的勇气，哦，越过谎言去拥抱你。每当我找不到存在的意义，每当我迷失在黑夜里，哦，夜空中最亮的星，请指引我靠近你。
空中最亮的星，是否知道曾与我同行的身影如今在哪里？
哦，夜空中最亮的星，是否在意？是等太阳升起，还是意外先来临？
我宁愿所有痛苦都留在心里，也不愿忘记你的眼睛。给我再去相信的勇气，哦，越过谎言去拥抱你。每当我找不到存在的意义，每当我迷失在黑夜里，哦，夜空中最亮的星，哦，请照亮我前行。我祈祷拥有一颗透明的心灵和会流泪的眼睛，给我再去相信的勇气，哦，越过谎言去拥抱你。每当我找不到存在的意义，每当我迷失在黑夜里，哦，夜空中最亮的星，请照亮我前行。
夜空中最亮的星，能否听清那仰望的人心里的孤独和叹息
Thank you, the members of the labor union and our cute kids, for the wonderful performance. The time never fails any prepared person, so let the brightest star in the night sky to light up your way in the front. Now, let's welcome the Senior Vice President of Coloplast Asia, Mr. Sui Chenghao, to bring us the opening remarks for WOCF. Welcome. Dear experts, professors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to join us in the 5th WOCF. WOCF was inaugurated in 2016 as an annual event. With this professional platform, we are aimed to help wound, ostomy, and other fields experts to share with each other about their nursing experience and clinical experience. Over the past years, with our joint efforts, WCF has been developed into an international, well-recognized platform in the fields of wounds and ostomy. The sudden outbreak of the epidemic caused a sudden stop of the WCF last year, so it was not until today that we can bring this back to you. Even though we are challenged, our flexibility and our wisdom help us to create new lifestyles and ways of work. Today, to guarantee your safety, we are holding this WCF in the form of a webinar for the 5th year. To complete our common mission so that the people in needs of comfortable caring in an ease, we're allowing WOCF to connect experts from Asia and Europe and America to share with each other and learn from each other about the cutting-edge wounds, ostomy, and incontinency caring experience. This was, after all, our initial mission when we launched this platform. In this platform, we are honored to have invited international leaders in the academia to bring us the updates of techniques and theories, including the Chinese Nursing Association Wound, Ostomy, and Incontinency Special Committee member, Madame Wang Lin, who will bring us about Chinese experience in incontinency, wound, and ostomy development and caring. In ostomy, WCTT Shen Wang will share with us for the first time about the second version of International Ostomy Guideline published last year in terms of wounds. Our expert from Canada and David will share with us about the first guideline on international consensus of the gap and exudate caring, and another professor will share with us about the neurogenic bladder incontinency catheterization. And also we have some other experts to focus on the experience of wounds and ostomy nursing in the epidemic era, so that we will know how to offer high-quality caring for the patients in such a special time. During this epidemic, our doctors and nurses have given play to their professionalism. With their courage and responsibility, they have been walking in a hero's way, and your dedication is admirable. I do want to give my thanks to all of those nurses and doctors for safeguarding peace and health for all of us. Finally, our initial mission of holding WCF was to lead exchange and promote professionalism development. Let development and exchange light up our way going forward, and I wish a complete success to this forum. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sui Chenghao, for your wonderful remarks. As has been said, holding the WOCF was about leading the academic exchange and bring future development. In the past years, Coloplast has been dedicated to developing high-quality products, so the people in need of nurse will live at ease. And in 2021, there will be 3 killer products from Coloplast. What are they? Now let's learn about the 3 clips.
我们故事的主人公叫亨瑞，是个活泼快乐的小男孩。
This is a very naughty and active kid. Just like all kids, he loves jumping and bouncing and climbing up and down. But when he was born, because of congenital disease, he was suffering. Every day he was fighting against the devil of disease. With the help of doctors with ostomy surgery, Harry would hope to live like the normal warrior and play as usual kid. And then he chose Sensorial Meal children's series product from Coloplast. Now, Henry has become a very active kid enjoying his life. And Sensorial is a world-leading product, accustomed to different body shapes, and the body fit technology could allow the bottom layer to attach to your skin very easily, and you can move at ease. It can be elastic and stretch easily, and it's 2 times the elasticity of the other usual pure products, and it also adopts comfortable materials. Harry's life quality has been greatly improved with the Sensorial Meal children's series, but in the beginning Harry could only access the adult version. Attaching to his skin, it's like children wearing the parents' shoes. Since we couldn't find the dedicated children's product, with the help of Coloplast and the doctors, they were developing the guideline of children's ostomy nursing, and we found that children's ostomy patients are a very special group.
Hopefully, I'm going to share with you the ideal product and what are the features that product belongs and have. The kids are very active. We want to give them a more adaptive product that can be moving through their bodies, while the elders' backs looks very big, and we have to cut it down to better fit the body of the kids or the abdomen of the kids to prevent the collision between the legs and other body parts. The sensual male keys are specially designed for the keys. It belongs to them exclusively. The sensual male keys have produced the bottom layer as the star shape, which will better fit abdominal. It is very easy and convenient. It is better to fit the keys' character of being active. In 2019, it was awarded by the Red Dot Awarding. Coloplast has designed the essential meal keys. It is amazing. It's like it has a star shape. For every day, here we feel very much uncomfortable by taking the plastic bag, but now his keys can breathe in and out. It's like a star. You're not going to worry it's going to lose or fall forward. By having the sensual mile, kids like Henry can do anything they want. It's not going to prevent the future. This is the children's exclusive sensual mile keys. It will soon be launched in the Chinese market. Hopefully, it's going to have more keys in China. So, fighters, come on.
造口旁疝
The hernia is one of the long-distance complications for those patients with parastoma hernia. Within 400 of the surgery, this will happen. As the time progresses, 50% or even high percentage of the incidence rate will occur. Is going to have negative impact over the patients. For most of the patients, they have very low life quality. This parastoma hernia will have those types of uncomfort. The exudate will also change the features and character of the stoma bags. It's also going to reduce the insufficiency of the blood supply. It's also going to cause a problem of different problems. At the early stage, the complications are not that obvious, but as the disease makes progress, it's going to reduce the effect and efficiency of the bag. In the long run, it's going to reduce the life quality for those patients with the long-term parastoma hernia is not going to be covered and cured easily. 80 to 90% of the patients will take up the non-surgery treatment or care. They are taking up the abdominal bandage. It is one of the major countermeasures. It is also the major tools to prevent the happening of parastoma hernia. At the early stage, or with some mild symptoms, appropriate abdominal bandage will largely reduce the progress of the symptoms. It's also going to take up the functions of the living up to reduce the uncomfort as well as the ischemic of the colorectal. It's also going to reduce the complications like the implementation of the hernia. We are bringing you the Brava abdominal stoma elastic bandage in China, which is designed for the patients to prevent the progress of the parastoma hernia as well as the lift up of the stoma and abdominal. It contains two parts of the bandage as well as the compatible area with very good support. It's going to lift up the bag and surround the parastoma hernia to prevent the progress. Based on the person's needs, it's going to cut in and cut out a specialized bag. The bandage can be customized. The plastic is made up by the high-quality fiber materials which can be stretched in all directions to better fit the body shapes. It's not going to make you warm or heat up. The nylon bandage can be adjusted through your abdominal It's going to be like an open bag to prevent the movement of the bandage, especially when you are moving around or doing sports. The Brava abdominal bandage has been launched in US and Germany. 94% of patients are feeling very much comfortable. Hopefully, Brahma abdominal bandage will be launched in China immediately. It is a great news for the Chinese patients, and I hope that this will benefit the Chinese patients with peristoma hernia. It's also going to bring us a lot of good news. Hopefully, it's going to be a blessing to the Chinese patients right here. The high quality products will give us a better life. We are going to make people's life easier who are having the intimate care needs.
The silicone segment is the fastest growing segment in the wound care market. I look forward to meet with you, to meet with our customers, to support this very important launch for Coloplast.
百尔坦硅胶异形贴在中国市场的上市，为广大的医护专业人士带来了更全面的解决方案。
To the Chinese health givers. When the patients are encountering an accident and getting the bruises or the trauma, we have better solutions right here. The Bitan silicone foam-shaped patch, we have different shapes and fits. Whether it is in the neck, in the leg, or in the back, we are going to provide you the silicone or shape fit to meet the requirements of different patients. We are going to slice off the membrane to put it on the skin. When we are treating the ankle, the joint, we are going to take up the round shape. It's going to better fit the trauma. At the ankle, we are going to choose a specially designed patch for the feet and ankle. It has a special design for the ankle and the bone shape, and you are going to move freely. For most of patients, they are going to improve their life quality. At the same time, the all fit and the shape design will have the wound bed to reduce the shape and the volume of the gap. The silicone layer make all this plastic bandage better to peel off. As a result, it's going to protect the skin in a better way. We're going to help the patients to better and to comfortably recover. We're going to choose Bitan silicone size and shape. This is the end of the clip. Now we are going to bring you 3 new products: the Sensomil Keys Bravo Abdominal Stoma Bandage, as well as Bitan Silicone Foam Shapes and Fit. Now we are going to welcome on the Chinese market the 3 new products. It's going to be a great tools to facilitate the patient care. Now we are going to move into the academic part of the 5th WOCF. We're very much lucky and honored to welcome Madam Wang Ling, who is the chairperson and member from the Chinese Nursing Society's Stoma, Wound, and Incontinency branch. Madam Wang Ling is also the Director General from the Department of the Nursing with the Peking University Hospital. She is also the Director General and Standing Committee of the China Nursing Society, while Madam Wu Ling is the Director General from the Nanjing University Affiliated Hospital. She is also holding different hats in Jiangsu Province. Now let's welcome two chair right here on the stage, and Wang Ling will be the first to give you the opening remarks. Welcome. Thank you very much for the introduction from the host, honorable guests, professors, and employees, leaders from Colourburst. Have a great day here on Saturday. Please allow me to give you my greatest introduction to the opening of the WOCF. As known by me and the rest of you, 2020 is a special year. It is also a year of a lot of events. In the beginning of 2020, we are seeing the raging of the COVID-19. To fight against the COVID-19, we are seeing the spirit out of the fighters. But now, in the peaceful time, we are the health givers. We are the fighters. In the entire country, the nurses and doctors and all those professionals are putting in our bottom of the heart the words of President Xi. We are going to protect Hubei and Wuhan. We are going to devote ourselves in the enduring fight against the COVID-19. I'm one of the team members to be dispatched in Wuhan to work together with different campuses to take care of the ICU. We've spent almost 16 days out there to treat over 101 patients. We are also making our contributions, which made us very much proud of. I also have the belief that for many of a professor and expert, you have your own way to fight against the COVID-19, making your according contribution as well. In various reports, our nurses and healthcare givers are taking up face-to-face a fight against COVID-19. They are like the fighters in the ancient times. Altogether, 42,000 healthcare givers were sent out there, and half of them, or even 17 of them, were nurses. They are making the new progress to devote themselves to treat the entire nation. By far, the international situations affected by the COVID-19 was still very much severe. Against this background, I feel very much grateful for the organizing committee. This is a very special and valuable platform for the academic exchange. I have listened carefully to the remarks of for the President Sui. Last year, the meeting was forced to suspend, but today we're coming up together on the cloud through the online webinar to get the updates of the wound, stoma, and incontinency cares. We have to know the best practice and updates. I want to thank Sui as well as all the employees from Colourburst. This is a great step forward to make new progress on the academic session. We have different backgrounds and specialties, such as chronic stoma, wound, or dermatitis. All those progress made by us are highly significant. Over the last few years, the special nurses is also playing a great role. We are the one on the front line to treat our patients. Again, I also want to thank all the clinicians on the front line. Every one of them. In their daily practices, they are treating their patients silently but significantly. They are doing the evaluation. They are monitoring the progress of the wound or stoma. They are also doing the health education. They are change the bags or change the bandages. What they are going to do is to make the patients feel better. We are the workers, practitioners. We know everything happens along the journey. Hopefully, we are going to have a fruitful discussion with all the stakeholders, like the therapist, the nutrient practitioners, our wound experts, What we are going to do is to find a better solution for the patients around the world. Hopefully, in the upcoming years, we are going to stay true to our aspiration to make us a dream builders.
Finally, I wish a complete success to the WCF, and I hope everything goes well with our professors. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Wang Ling, for your wonderful sharing. Next, let's invite Madam Wang Ling again to bring us a keynote report about China's nursing development in wounds, stoma, and incontinency. Welcome. Thank you, Madam Wu, for inviting me again. Now, please allow me to share my screen. As has been assigned by the organizer, I would have to brief you about our nursing development in the past years. And more importantly, I would love to focus on our academic development in the past 2 years. I know that many experts online are nurses. In 2004, I studied for 3 months in Kingasan University, studying about the clinical experience of stoma so that we can offer and some help to the patients so that they can rehabilitate at an early date. As you know, in 1993, 2 Chinese nurses visited Australia for learning, opening a new chapter of China's training in stoma nursing. By 2000, we mostly were trained overseas. In 2001, the first stoma therapist school was founded in China, and since that time, we have enjoyed rapid growth. In 2003, we established a special committee of stoma, wounds, and incontinency nursing in the Chinese Nursing Association, and in 2018, we started our training classes. Speaking of those practitioners, those nurses are the high-level nurses. They are the experts in caregiving. Of course, to be a clinical therapist, you don't just have to need the knowledge and the theories, but more importantly, you must be equipped with enough professionalism to trigger the development of this discipline. For our special committee, that is our responsibility. So since 2003, the Chinese Nursing Society organized this special committee, and since then, our special committee has been positioned as a pioneer in wounds, incontinency, and stoma caring. We are also the promoter of the theories. We have remained true to this mission. Every year we held an annual conference, and there will be some development. Particularly in 2013, during the annual conference, we published the Chinese nursing guideline of enterostomy. And later on, we published another guideline on nursing pressure ulcers. And since 2008, we already started the compilation of the 2 guidelines, but until 2013 and 2014, those 2 guidelines were coming out. And clinically, we have collected a lot of research results which may not be included into the 2 guidelines. So we were thinking, how about updating the guidelines? And in 2018, we held a conference in Beijing called the Group Standards Launching Conference, namely the Nursing Standards Training Course. During this training course, we realized that we must remedy our previous 2 guidelines. So, in that year, we applied for a project to compile the Chinese stoma nursing guideline and the adults enterostomy nursing guideline. On December the 6th, 2018, we got the notification approving our project. So we started this project. And by March 2019, we must submit the final version of the standards. So we had only 3 months, and it was just around the Spring Festival. But we worked around the clock to accomplish it. We invited the doctors, nurses, and other methodologists to help us compile those drafts for several rounds. In the final analysis, we completed the draft. You may believe that writing such a standard with about 4,000 Chinese characters, it must be easy, but actually in the first draft, there were about 100,000 Chinese characters, and then we delete the words one by one. So when we submitted the document, it was around 16,000 Chinese characters. And then we invited the professors and the professionals in the number of 31 who offered us about hundreds of pieces of suggestions. And then we recorrected our documents and submitted this guideline to the standards committee. And then on April the 20th, we submitted the adults enterostomy nursing guideline to enunciate. We were not limited by the number of words, but to compile any standard. Any word matters. We hope to reduce redundancy or any cliche. So it's very difficult to complete this task. And this is the draft. There were around 4,400 Chinese characters finally. As to the table of contents, firstly, the scope of the standards, and secondly, definition, and then basic requirements, and then preoperative and postoperative nursing. Of course, this standard is different from a guideline or a rule. A guideline must include the latest clinical experience. As to a norm, it is a must. But for a standard, it is applicable to different types of nurses and caregivers. For us, we have written the basics requirements and the preoperative and postoperative nursing suggestions, also applicable for different types of nurses in different institutions, not just the tertiary hospitals. We hope that this standard can be applied in the community hospitals or grassroots hospitals. So compiling a standard is more difficult. And there are two categories of standards. One is mandatory, the other is suggestive. So for our standard, it is not mandatory, it is recommended. As to the second part of the standard, it's about definition and terminology. Since this was our first trial in writing such a standard, we only focused on stoma, enterostomy, and we specifically highlighted that the feces were out through the stoma. This will matter to our nursing of some other complications. We also identify the definitions like end stoma, double stoma, loop stoma, and colostomy irrigation, even though some of those terminologies may not be encountered frequently clinically, but they are highly relevant. And the third part are about the basic requirements. When we were compiling the standards, in almost every sentence, there will be one special word. It may be should, or shall, or properly, or maybe. Should means you should do it, and properly means we recommend you to do it in that proper way, and maybe means you can have that possibility. It's your choice based on also the feedback from the patients and other conditions. Also, we might have some restraints. When we were choosing the words like shall, should, or maybe, or can, we fully consider the clinical possibilities. For example, for every stoma patient, we wrote that we should guide the patients and the caregivers to choose proper caregiving and nursing products and adopt certain methods of usage. So we must fully consider the financial conditions, social status of the patients, and their possible choices. And secondly, we should have some psychological evaluation and support of the patients. In the standard, we not only considered the physical nursing of the patients, but also the psychological evaluation and support. And pre or post surgeries, we highlight the psychological comfort of the patients. And thirdly, we recommend the doctors and the nurses to do a stoma positioning one day before the surgery. Why one day before? Now, and why we choose recommend but not should or shall? Because the days may differ for different patients. One patient may come directly to the surgery and operational room. That patient may not have the capability or the time to do the positioning anymore. Instead, he go directly to the surgery. And also some hospitals may not have the positioning nurses. So every locality, every hospital differ in terms of the capabilities of doing such a stoma positioning. Fourthly, we should do a stoma evaluation post-operatively every day and timely discover any skin change around the stoma and in the surroundings. And also, we recommend you to have a multidisciplinary team. So not every hospital has that capacity. So we use the word have better or recommend. We also clarify the positioning procedure, and I will skip the details. It's already explicified in the standard. And since we highlight the stoma evaluation post-operatively, we have to control the complications. And doing such an evaluation is like the first step towards good control. So for one thing, we ask you to do such a daily evaluation, including the shape, the size, the height, and the suture position, and the surrounding skin, the supportive device, and the feces. These will be very important requirements for such an evaluation. And of course, like I said, mental support matters. And also the careful choice of the nursing products for different patients. There will be different choices of the products at different stages. So we have to customize our offering based on the patients. And at what time points we should clear out the excrements of the stoma. So those contents are very detailed in our standard. We also have defined certain requirements for the irrigation of the enterostomy. While we were doing the education work, we must give such information to certain groups of patients. For the usual patients, there will also be a very detailed procedure for irrigation, so this is the same thing for special patients. As to postoperative nursing, we mentioned about 4 commonplace complications of stoma and 8 complications for stoma and also 3 skin-related complications. I will not show you the details. You can directly refer to the standard. And also, I have to say that such a daily evaluation post-operative could help us to discover any potential complication. As to patient education, we go it in 2 ways. For example, how to allow the patients to return to their normal lives and return to their normal socializing and work. We try to keep the words concise and brief. This is what you can get on our website. You can download such a standard by our special committee. It's about the adults enterostomy nursing standard. If you want to learn the details, please log on to our network and download it. This is another example of what we do. About the pressure ulcers, we have amended the clinical practice guideline of the pressure ulcers. In 2019, we have been communicating with the professors, and our association has become one of the contributors to this guideline. And you can see our logo here in the second row. That's the logo of our society. The Chinese Nursing Society has become the participant of this guideline for the first time. And on top of that, we were thinking, how about making the Chinese version of pressure ulcers prevention guideline? So our answer was yes. But for those preventative guidelines about the pressure ulcers triggered by devices, we think it is also imperative, because in the previous years of compilation, particularly the compilation of guideline, we believe that we have limited capability of writing the guideline. That's why in the third draft of the Chinese enterostomy and pressure ulcer nursing opinions, we use the guiding opinions but not the guideline as the keyword. Why is that?
Back then, we have designed our workflow of producing the guiding opinions. Back then, the Chinese Nursing Society has already set up our branch to include the compiling teams, including the endocrine therapist, nurses, and experts. We're also defining all the terminologies and glossaries as well as the level of the evidence. Meanwhile, the contents have also been decided. The working groups were collecting evidences, opinions separately. Last but not least, we are inviting the professors to do revision and the peering from the counterparts. Still, we are not making it in line with international standards. For this time, we have spent more efforts and time to learn from the international practices. How could WHO give us a guidance in stipulating the clinical guidebook? Back in 1951, the importance of the expert opinions were prioritized. Starting from 2003, it is pointed out that the guiding opinions should be valued against other factors such as the preferences of the patients as well as aesthetic values. In 2018, WHO issued the standards for making clinical guidelines. In 2012, the stepwise guidelines were made. In 2014. In the process of making the guidelines, the human rights, gender, hygiene, and social equity were also considered for a guideline. It will go through various steps under different sizes and times. It at least has 3 phases to go: preparation, stipulation, revision, and release. For this new session, we invited experts who are very much experienced in making the clinical practices and guidelines. For us, we have to gather together the best evidence to make it relevant, especially when there were some new public health issues or emergencies. If we are seeing the changes over the access, the resources, or evidence, we have to make the guideline revised. Why did we choose the first guideline and make it revised over the mechanical related pressurized ulcers and trauma? The medical devices related pressure authorization were happening more frequently. It went up year by year. It takes almost 1/3 of the pressure related authorization. Within the hospital, it takes up 31.25 to 15% by acquiring the MDPRI, RPI. More severely, most of the nurses have very weak knowledge base as well as poor practitioner capacities. Only 59% of the nurses have developed MDRPI related nursing experience, and 20% of nurses even do not believe it will happen. For the patients, this is a huge hazard out of the patient. That is why we are going to make new guideline over the medical device related PRI. In China, we're inviting 2 experts from the nursing, stoma, incontinence, and wound branch of the Chinese Nurse Society to give us the professional suggestion. I'm also invited in. Altogether 3. The 3 of us are making the general plan. The first step of making a guideline is to carry out the needs assessment. The needs from the clinicians, nurses, and patients, but we are lacking the materials to pull them together. But good news is we have invited clinicians on the front as well as the nurses ever since January of 2018. But in July of 2018, we began our work. It would take up 2 years. For the implementation, we did a feasibility study as well. Our committee is responsible for the standardization, promotion, as well as implementation. We are following the GREED standards to make up this guideline. This is the application formulate. This is the second part of the completion team. We are inviting the KOLs from the medical community to decide on the PICO questions. We're also inviting 25 experts to make up the external auditing team who are responsible for the contents review. This systematic evaluation team is made up by 7 undergraduate students who are trained through the JBI evidence-based nursing training. They are also fulfilling the conflict of interest declaration, the academic interest rate included. The next about the selection of the topic. The PICO questions should be decided in the first place, as well as a primary point. The primary point is the occurrence rate and incidence of the medical device related damage. For each of the clinic questions, the search related study will be followed. If the high quality systemic valuation are there in the latest, in the past 3 years, we're going to cite that question. This is a full chart flow from the step 1 of the PICO question identification, the search and identification of the systematic view. If there's a high quality systematic review, we're going to take it and use it. The next about literature research. The literature research got started from the date of the build-up of the research library all the way to the end of this completion. We also made up the free terminology and the decided terminology. The exclusion standards were also made. For the inclusion guideline and systematic evaluation, for all the data are listed on this page. In the beginning, we did choose 2,675 papers. After the initial selection, it is going to be 600 or so papers. From the guideline, we're also including 25 suggestions and taking materials from 11 mega-analysis. We have 2 trained scholars to carry out systematic evaluation, raw material selection. On this page, we are taking up various tools to evaluate this guideline. We're also including the latest expert opinions most of those evidences were certified. For those included evidences, we put them into layers according to the evidence. Through the decision making out of the experts, we are sponsoring the consensus meeting to receive altogether 56 suggestions for the recommendation level and the level of evidence. We are making very much clear behind each of the 56 suggestions. It's not going to be easy journey. It takes us 1.5 years. Among the 56 suggestions, the reasons, the evidence abstract were provided to formulate the guideline draft. The 25 experts gave us another round of analysis and opinions based on their revision in the beginning of this year. The 2020 mechanical related pressure, ulcer, and damage prevention guideline was finally to be released. It's going to be a very valuable book. If you are interested in this one, you can go and pick up one. We have chosen quite a few cases provided by the experts, and some of the opinions are very valuable for the clinicians on the front line or in the ward bed. For those nurses, for those clinicians, they are having the skin problem or skin trauma. This is also one of the pressure ulceration. It is not going to help those patients, but also help those healthcare givers. We are talking about the arthrostomy as well as the prevention of different types of the skin problem or the skin printing. I know that more professionals will join us to make it go even further. What we are doing domestically will be in line with the international guidelines. Hopefully, we are going to work together with our international partners. Last but not least, I want to quote the saying from President Xi to give you another round of New Year greetings. The tough days will help us to grow stronger, and we are going to achieve what we are not going to expect. This is a long journey, and we are going to make more outcomes happen. Thank you. Thank you again, Madam Wang. Madam Wang gave us an overview of the developments, the current status, and the future opportunities of making the guideline. It's going to standardize the clinical behaviors of healthcare givers in China. Thank you. Due to the epidemic impact, some of the speakers, especially from the international markets, cannot make it happen in China and in Beijing, so they are going to get collected with us from the online platform. I'm going to welcome the first speaker, Laurent Chabert, the chairperson elected from the WCET. He is going to give us a 2020 version.
Present an overview of the WCET International Ostomy Guideline 2020. It has been a real team effort done with Dr. Jenny Prentice, WCT Journal Editor, and Dr. Elizabeth Aiello, WCT President. Together, we have been involved in this huge body of work, which has been a 3-year journey. This presentation is an update from the one given at our first WCT Worldwide Education webinar, which is now closed. This second edition of the AOG is based on the previous edition of the AOG, which was published in 2014. And I will elaborate more later on this presentation. We have followed a similar methodology in developing the current AOG, But as you can see on the slides, this new edition is a huge update in many ways. A £5 discount will be given to WCT members purchasing a hard copy of this 2020 edition. To keep the guideline current, in 2016, it had been decided that the AOG 2020 will be reviewed in 6 years due to time resources, financial considerations, and allow for inclusion for new research and publications. We wish to warmly thank all others listed here who have contributed to this new edition of the AOG, which enhance the international perspective and relevance of this edition. As for the 2014 edition, we are in debt to industry for their ongoing support for the development of the AOG 2020, as both editions have been financially supported by them. We also want to declare that we didn't have been in any way influenced in the guideline development, methodology, or narrative processes. The AOG is a substantial, important document. We were delighted that Dr. Larry Purnell accepted our invitations once again to write the foreword. He is the creator of the Purnell Cultural and Holistic Brand Theory and Model. In 2014, Dr. Purnell published an article in the WCT journal on how this model applied to ostomy care. A summary of this model can be found in the Appendix A within the AOG 2020. Section 1 provides a quick overview of the WCT mission, visions, and values. Section 2 gives more details on the methodology used and will be explained more about it on the next following slides. The methodology underpinning the AOG 2020 was that was used for the AOG 2014, with minor modifications. Database research includes Medline, CINAHL, Cochrane Literature Library, and the search of the Gray literature. The range of search terms used was extensive. Boolean sequences to capture as many relevant articles as possible use multiple combinations of terms such as ostomy and body image, eating nurse and education, ostomy and telehealth, guidelines and consensus statements, and ostomy care and complications. Publication in English published between 2013 and 2019 were accepted for review. These ranges from research papers and literature reviews to case studies. One article was excluded because it was an abstract, and another one because it was on press. An evidence table was developed that summarized the references, article design, sample populations, and results. The articles were rated and assigned to the relevant AOG recommendation by a member of the guideline development team, who then collectively agreed on the level of strengths of evidence for each article and recommendations. The recommendations from the AOG 2014 were retained for inclusion in the AOG 2020 with minor word changes for clarification of meaning. Based on evidence within the literature review narratives for education of scope of practice, holistic approach, pre- and post-op care needs were written to address each recommendation. The draft AOG was circulated for consultation to WCT members and affiliated organizations. 104 individual and 22 organizational responses were received, which is an excellent response rate. Comments were collected, and the AOG is currently being revised based on responses received, such as inclusion of additional articles for the evidence table. The WCT were delighted to receive so many positive responses and insightful comments on how to improve the AOG for the next time. Worldwide, numerous terms are used to describe health professionals who manage ostomy patients. Within the AOG 2020, the term ET, stoma, ostomy nurses, clinicians is used to reflect those terms. The level of evidence used in the AOG 2014 were reviewed. The type and definition of each level of evidence, LOE, was refined to reflect the breadth, depth, and types of article used in the evidence table. These are the 5 levels of evidence ranked highest from level 1, incorporating randomized control trials or systematic reviews, to level 5, to encompass the opinion of national recognized experts. Similarly, the definitions for grading the strength of evidence, SOA, were reviewed and modified. The inclusion of grade A-, B+, and B- allows for greater differentiation in the evidence reviewed in terms of strength of evidence. Section 3 and 4 of the AOG discuss education of scope of practice, holistic approach, pre- and post-op care needs based on recommendations raised from the AOG 2014, and 6 brand new recommendations emanating from the current literature review process. New to the AOG 2020 are 4 recommendations on education and scope of practice for ET, stoma, ostomy nurses, clinicians. Recommendation 1.1 is based on the literature provides support that special ostomy education is necessary for best practice for persons with stoma. The literature supports that staff nurses without specialized knowledge lack confidence and initial education program training in ostomy care skills. The recognized training of such program should use a variety of teaching methods, learning opportunities, and resources for teaching and learning. This is ideal as learning styles vary and a curriculum that used multiple strategies to apply to the auditorial, visual, and hands-on learners can be all included in the education program design. A checklist for competencies for WCT accredited program can be found on the WCT website. Recommendation 1.3 addresses the importance of the continuous needs for the ET, stoma, ostomy nurses, clinicians for education in order to keep appraised of new knowledge and research, as well as their ability to perform clinical skills in a competent way. The educational literature provides evidence that a variety of strategies, including didactic, case analysis, simulation of skills acquisitions, and performance assessments will be methods for the ET stoma ostomy nurses, clinicians to keep their practice up to date. The novice to expert model by Dr. Patricia Brenner can be used as a model for clinician thinking. Continuous ongoing professional development to maintain currency of the nurse ostomy specialist knowledge and skills requires long life learning. Nurses are held accountable to the legal, regional, national bodies that set the regulations for practice in their country. Several professional organizations have guidelines that do provide standards for practice. All of these guidelines and consensus documents provide knowledge for implementation for informed evidence-based practice that need to be customized and adopted for practice in nurses' own practice settings. The new Section 5 of the AOG discuss about the guideline implementation later on this document. The anti-IOG 2020 has an holistic focus to deliver the stoma care. We could take the option to integrate this important value separately within each of the recommendations, but to enhance its importance to all stakeholders' perspectives, it was decided to take 3 specific recommendations regarding the importance of holistic care. A conclusion of our literature review was that it appeared that each of these recommendations on holistic care were highly ranked, which once again strengthening the importance of them to take them in account when providing ostomy care. Recommendation 2.1 is about holistic assessment, planning and implementation by taking account individual, societal, economical, and health system factors. Recommendation 2.2 focus on the need for ET, stoma, ostomy nurses, clinicians to consider the impact of individual cultural, religious beliefs and quality of life of a person who will undergo to surgery for stomach creation, revisions, or closure, and if possible, his or her relatives. Recommendation 2.3 highlights the fact that the patients and his or her family are part of the team and should be co-participants in our care, especially in discussion on quality of life, body image, and sexuality. The next 4 recommendations are related to pre-op care and the significance of the site marking when possible. Whilst site marking is really important to do, the pre-op consultation is also a critical moment. It gives the ET, stoma, ostomy nurse clinician an opportunity to meet the person and, if possible, a relative to speak about any fears, as well as to answer his questions and clarify information given if necessary. It also provides a chance to explain our role and the next steps to be undertaken. We take the opportunity to warmly thank the WCT Education Committee, led by Denise Bert, WCT Education Chairperson 2016-2020, for their work on this subject. You will find a page summary of the key information about stoma siting in Appendix F of this IOG. Recommendation 3.3 insists on the importance in the fact that stoma marking should consider the person's body characteristic, lifestyle, religious, and other cultural influences. Recommendation 3.4 is about the preoperative consultation and the importance of education regarding the surgical procedure and the post-op care to come, whether this surgery is for stomach, ostomy creation, or closure. While speaking about stomach marking, we wish you to refer to our WCT Pocket Guide, who now is our WCT Pocket Guide on how to proceed with stoma sighting. It is available in 3 languages, depicted here. This education resources is available for postage at a nominal fee on our WCT online store. All proceeds support NNG scholarship for education nurses worldwide. Many thanks to Coloplast China for your appreciation support, as you have got an exclusive sponsorship to printed 1,000 copies of the Chinese version of these 2 pocket guides. An additional resource still available on our website, but for WCT members only, is the website which occurred in 2017 in celebration of the World Ostomy Awareness Day, one of the good reasons to become a WCT member in order to access to all these education resources. 4.1 of the post-op care needs recommends that using a validated peristomal skin assessment tool may assist in standardizing communication of peristomal skin status with a strength of evidence of grade A. While numerous tools are available, there's no one universally accepted tool. Any tool used should be used in conjunction with critical and clinical judgment. Recommendation 4.2 states ostomy barriers and durable container devices should be individually fitted with a secure seal to protect the skin and content effluents. Barrier or pouch selection tools may be useful with a SOA grade A. It is widely acknowledged poor appliances selections, pouches or skin barrier, or lack therefore contribute to peristomal skin complication therefore. Appliances selection and the advice of a ET ostomy nurse clinician is essential. Tools are available to help selection processes such as ostomy skin tools and skin barrier selection tool. Recommendations 4.3 and 4.4 are closely interlinked and are discussed jointly in this IOG, where they were in IOG 2014. Key points related to these recommendations are that peristomal skin complications are relevant with common risk factors related to surgical techniques, stoma type and constructions, and complications such as stoma retraction, leakage from improperly fitted appliances, and patient capability with self-care. ET stoma ostomy nurse clinicians are pivotal to establish plans of care in consultation with the patients to address potential or actual complications. Existing guiding principles of ostomy care remain current. Early recovery and surgical programs, education strategies, early discharge planning and follow-up care, including the use of telehealth, are useful adjust processes. Sorry. The WCT Ostomy Pocket Guide is supported, and it's a useful resource to use in conjunction of the IOG, as it is available in English, Chinese, and Spanish, and may be searched on the WCT website. And once again, thank you to Coloplast for having supporting that. In celebration of the World Ostomy Day in 2018, the WCT hosts a webinar on the current state and the art of science of peristomal complications, which was presented by Janice Cowell and is available in Chinese. Despite surgery improvement and appliances innovation, stoma and peristomal complication occurrence remain quite the same as it was. Many potential factors can be involved, and we have, as ET ostomy nurses clinician, a major role to do in screening, prevention, and treatment as fast as possible for them to be taken care of. When leakage occurs, the need to change the pouch, assess the skin in order to identify the etiology of the problem, and implement without waiting better care possible, as the correct use of accessories will improve ostomate quality of life. Literature shows that ET ostomy nurses clinicians make a significant difference in preventing cost by their care, but also by teaching patients, caregivers, and bedside nurses. Section 5, a new section within the AOG, address guideline implementation and how the AOG may be adopted within your own clinical practice or facility based on assessment of need. Evidence suggests multiple strategies are required to fulfilling implementation guidelines to clinical practice, including an interprofessional working group that can champion the guidelines. Based on the need assessment of the AOG guideline recommendations can be adopted as they are or modified to suit the clinical context in which they will be used. Clinicians will need to consider that support or resources may be required to implement and evaluate the AOG in terms of clinical utility and effectiveness, inclusive or overcoming any actual or artificial barriers to implement. Section 6 of the AOG provides an in-depth and rich overview of the many cultural and social connotation of having a stoma. Every WCT international delegate was invited to commit comments on cultural and societal aspects of living with a stoma within their respective countries. A template with common factors that be addressed was provided to guide narratives submitted. The WCT is very appreciative of the contributions received from the 22 members country for Section 6 by designing ideas and their colleagues. At the end of the AOG, you will find appendixes that we thought were important to include. A glossary of terms gives more insight of the meaning of common words used in stoma, ostomy care, and related fields. And of course, the summarized table of evidence where all the 314 articles reviewed can be found with their level of evidence. This has helped us in assigning the strength of evidence of each of the 15 recommendations included in this AOG. An article about this work will be published soon into the Advance and or the WCT journal, with an electronic version translated in Chinese will be found. So stay tuned. It had been an intensive and very meaningful journey to develop the AOG 2020. We thank all the peer reviewers and associations who provide WCT a critique of the guidelines. With over 125 individuals and association comments from the peer review process, we have refined the documents based on those comments received. The 18 recommendations statements are posted on the WCT website and translated in Chinese. And the main document is on purchase on our website online store. Electronic version could be purchased for a cheaper price. I take the opportunity to warmly thank Dr. Prentice and Dr. Aiello for their dedication, all their time, and their amazing contribution to these projects. Of course, I would like to warmly congratulate Mrs. Julie Wang and Alice Chang for their election as a new WCT Executive Board member, the first ever Chinese WCT members to be part of the WCT Executive Board. Many thanks also to UID, Miss Yu Young King. Maybe I do not pronounce that correctly. Sorry for that. Your support and contribution for this AOG are very much appreciated, and you all deserve a big round of applause. For such a large documentation produced on a voluntary basis, done on our free time, and in regard of the financial support received, I think we could all be proud of this new edition. We do hope it will benefit to you all and your patients. WCT look forward to receive your story and manuscript about how you implement the AOG 2020 into your practice and the difference it has made to patients' care outcomes. You can submit your manuscript to WCT through our online WCT journal submission page at www.wctn.org. Take care and keep safe. Wish you all a very happy Chinese year and hope to see you in Glasgow on the October 2021 from the 3rd to the 6th. Thank you very much, Coloplast, again for the opportunity to speak about this new AOG and this opportunity to spread the news. Thank you.
Thank you for the invitation to present at this virtual meeting. My topic today is promoting healing in chronic wounds, an international consensus on managing the gap. My name is Dr. David Keast. I'm talking to you from London, Ontario, Canada. I am a family physician who has spent most of the last 25 years in chronic wound management. I am the medical director of our chronic wound management clinic at the Parkwood Institute, a clinical adjunct professor of family medicine at the university, an associate scientist at the Research Center, and I'm also currently the co-director of the Canadian Lymphedema Framework. Thank you again for inviting me to present on this important topic. Our agenda for today is looking at managing the gap to promote healing in chronic wounds, looking at how we achieve this through the road to consensus at an international meeting. What consensus conclusions did we reach, and where are the conclusions, and where are we heading now? First of all, I think it's really important to look at the most important conclusion of the consensus meeting, and that important conclusion was that managing the gap is essential to promoting healing in chronic wounds. So what do we mean by the gap? Well, what we mean is that the gap is defined as the space between the wound bed and the dressing, also referred to as dead space. Now, this is not a new topic. The first concept was first published 20 years ago, but what there hasn't been is looking at how we might go about doing this. So why is this important? Well, it's really important to manage the gap because we know that if we do not manage the gap, it will negatively influence wound healing. We also know that if we do not adequately manage the gap, we may get leakage of exudate onto the surrounding tissue, leading to maceration of the tissues and delayed wound healing. Further to that, if we do not manage the gap, it allows for bacterial penetration and increases the risk of impairment of wound healing through bacterial burden. It increases the risk of infection and subsequent development of biofilms, so that it's really critical then that we actually manage this particular gap. So how did we go about to achieving this road to consensus? Well, first of all, I want to talk to you a little bit about the gap objectives that we set. And really the focus was how to manage the gap between the wound bed and the dressings. As I've mentioned, existing literature identifies exudate as a problem and deterioration of peri-wound skin as important, but we have little provided guidance on how to go about doing that. We know how to manage exudate, but not how to manage the gap. So what do we mean by consensus? Consensus really is developed through a process aimed at creating a common understanding. So it's a common understanding of an issue or a problem. And it uses the concepts of critical thinking in order to accomplish this. And the important part here is that when we combine the critical thinking of a group of people, the result is greater than the sum of the individual parts. In November 2019, Coloplast gathered experts from around the world to develop a consensus on guidelines on optimizing wound healing. There were 85 wound care specialists from around the world from 19 different countries, as shown from all parts of this world in the map on this slide. What was the pathway that we used to get to consensus? Well, obviously, it all starts with a very thorough literature review. And that literature review then was used to develop an initial generalized questionnaire with the assistance of an expert panel. That questionnaire was sent out to our participants, 85 of them, and received feedback from them. The results were then analyzed, and as we analyzed those, we focused the second survey down onto key areas and sent that back out to our 85 participants. The results came back, these were analyzed, themes were developed, and questions around those themes were developed. And as you see in the picture over here on the left-hand side, this is one of the stations where one of the questions is listed at the themes at the top and questions below, and participants were invited to discuss this amongst themselves and to post their thoughts in terms of these blue Post-it notes. All of these blue Post-it notes were collected, collated, put together, and fed back to the consensus panel the following day. So it was impressive how response rates were that we had with this particular survey. When you're doing surveys, you're really interested in data quality, and that really is about the quality and as well as the accuracy of that particular data. A cutoff of 40% participation was set for both surveys to determine data quality. Well, in the first survey, we had 82% participation, and in the second survey, we had a remarkable 72% participation, suggesting that the data quality is excellent. What about the people that responded from our group of 89 healthcare professionals? Well, 69% of these had specialized wound care credentials. 61% of these, as seen on the right-hand side, were nurses, 29% were physicians, dermatologists, and surgeons, and 10% were other healthcare professionals involved in wound care. So it was a highly expert group. 86% of this particular group had more than 10 years worth of experience in wound care, and remarkably, 45% of the participants had more than 20 years of wound care experience, as shown in the diagram below. All of this was guided by a global leading expert panel, and our expert panel is shown here in this picture. It was a very collegial, hardworking group that steered this whole process through the whole situation. Feedback from the participants was excellent. One participant from the United Kingdom said, "We were not told, we were asked." Another participant from Germany said, "I think it is very important to gather global experts in wound care and to reach international consensus on clinical conditions such as gap or dead space." And from South Africa, it was a great experience to be amongst other wound healing practitioners, sharing their experiences and knowledge while impacting knowledge in itself. All of this was steered through Coloplast and through the Bain Group. The Bain Group did an expert job at steering all of this consensus process. And in fact, in 2020, this group won a Platinum Facilitation Impact Award. So what did we reach as consensus? Well, first of all, what do we mean by consensus? We define consensus as when more than 80% of the participants agreed on the statements and outcome measures. Although 20% may not have necessarily agreed, they did not disagree to these recommendations. And key themes emerged that wound care treatment should primarily focus on a healing environment and optimizing that healing environment. And one of the key things here is managing the gap between the wound bed and the dressing. And that gap management is largely a matter of managing exudate. So consensus was reached through collaboration with this wound care specialist group. And the consensus reached on the importance of effective managing the gap between the wound bed and the wound dressing involved three key areas: managing exudate, creating an optimal healing environment, and decreasing wound healing times. These results were all published in Wounds International in September 2020. So here are a sample of some of the areas of consensus reached. The first area of consensus is what should we focus on in following when assessing the gap. So looking for the assessment parameters. Well, first of all, we need to look at the depth, undermining, tunneling, any fistulas. What are the underlying wound bed structures? What is the tissue topography and what is its quality? Is there granulation tissue? How much necrosis is present? We need to assess the level of exudate, and we need to assess both its quality and quantity. We need to look at the age of the wound. We know from previous literature that the older the wound, the more difficult it is to heal. We need to assess for levels of bacteria, whether this wound is infected, whether there's bioburden present, whether there's colonization, or whether there's spreading infection. We need to look at the wound edge, and we also need to look at the peri-wound skin, because we know that if the wound edge is not attached, wound healing will be delayed. We know that if the peri-wound skin is macerated, wound healing will also be delayed. And what is the wound etiology? What caused the wound in the first place? Unless we remediate the underlying cause, the wound will not heal. Participants also agreed on why managing the gap was important. And the key things that they agreed on was that we need to provide a moist wound healing environment. We need to decrease the risk of biofilm development. We need to keep exudate from leaking out onto the peri-wound skin. We need to decrease the risk of infection, and we need to remove pooling of exudate from the wound bed. These are the key things that were agreed. Participants also agreed on what we should look for success factors when managing the gap. How do we know that we've been successful? So has the exudate been effectively managed? Is the wound healing as expected? Have we managed wound bioburden appropriately, and is there any evidence of spreading infection? Have we decreased the pain for the patient? Have we decreased or completely eliminated undermining of the wound? And have we decreased the signs or absence of maceration in the peri-wound skin? All of these are important outcome measures that we should follow. Participants also agreed on the most important dressing features to promote wound healing in chronic wounds. First, we look for antimicrobial properties. We look for the property of vertical absorption of exudate to protect the surrounding peri-wound tissue. We need to look for patient comfort. Can the patient wear the dressing? Are they able to apply the dressing? These are key factors. Is the dressing conformable? Does it conform to the wound bed to eliminate that gap and to eliminate pooling? In today's wound care environment, we need to understand whether the dressing is in fact cost effective, and it does what it says for the least cost. And does it promote a moist wound healing environment? So we have consensus that the wound should also be assessed on a regular basis. And furthermore, this group highly agreed that the wound should really be assessed at each dressing change. If you look at the graph down here at the bottom, you can see almost 100% either strongly agreed or agreed that assessment should occur at each dressing change, particularly looking for the risk of infection and increasing the protection of the wound. And in particular, we should use the triangle of wound assessment, looking at both the wound bed, looking at the wound edges, and looking at the peri-wound skin. So what were our conclusions and what are our next steps? So what we really need here is an environment and evidence-based and experientially based accessible guidance on how we go about managing the gap in the wound bed. We need a guidance document that will help stop routine practices. One of my colleagues always says, if you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always got. We should stop being dressing changers, and we should start being wound carers when we look at the whole patient and try to assess where we're going. And we need guidance in that particular area. So what are our next steps? Our next steps are actually to develop these guidelines and recommendations. And this is a process that is now underway. So we are continuing the collaborative effort with healthcare professionals from around the world to develop treatment guidelines. So this started out with the publication of 4 articles. The first was Managing the Gap, which was published in September of this past year. The second article in Wounds International was on exudate management and from the consensus group, and that was published also in September. We then looked at preventing and treating wound infections and biofilm, and this was published in December of this past year, and holistic approach to wound management is to come very shortly. But further, we need to move forward, developing the guidelines for managing the gap in chronic wounds and creating that healing environment. I'm pleased to say that over 2,000 participants worldwide are now involved in this consensus project to look at developing approach and guidance on how we go about managing the gap in chronic wounds. In closing, I want to remind you about the mission, vision, and values of Coloplast. Their mission is managing life easier for people with intimate healthcare needs. Our values: closeness to better understand, passion to make a difference, respect and responsibility to guide. And their vision is setting the global standard for listening and responding. I want to thank you for this opportunity to have presented this wonderful consensus process on managing the gap in chronic wounds.
Thank you, Professor David Kist, for your sharing. Dear experts and our audience online, the 5th WOCF has finished the first session, so please take a short rest. We will resume this sharing after 20 minutes. See you then.
你不知道他是没结婚有这应该可以。他是一直没有结婚一直玩的，他先跟女生交流，知道对吧？我是不是现在老想？
我们故事的主人公叫亨瑞，是个活泼快乐的小男孩，和所有小孩子一样，喜欢蹦蹦跳跳、爬上爬下。但在他出生时，却因为先天性疾病饱受折磨，每天都在与病魔抗争。在医生的建议下，亨瑞做了造口手术，希望积极的治疗可以帮助亨瑞成为勇敢的小斗士，像正常的小孩子一样嬉笑玩闹。在尝试了各种造口产品后，亨瑞选择了圣舒缪系列。如今，亨瑞已经适应了造口，成为坚强的小斗士，积极地享受生活。圣舒缪是一款全球领先的产品，专为贴合不同体型而设计。它运用的 Body Fit Technology 体型适应技术，可以使底盘紧密粘贴而顺应身体运动。新型弹性粘胶可随皮肤拉伸而拉伸，保持牢固贴合。它的延展性是圣舒产品的2倍，让人感觉像是人体第2层皮肤的材料。圣舒缪袋子很舒适，让亨瑞的生活质量有了明显的提高。但是最初，亨瑞只能选择成人的造口袋，贴在亨瑞身上像是小孩子穿了大人的鞋。因为我们无法找到专属儿童的产品，在医护人员和康乐宝一起开发儿童造口护理指南的过程中，我们发现儿童造口患者是非常与众不同的群体。
我希望与你一起分享，对于儿童而言，一个理想的造口产品应该具备哪些特点。小孩子天生活泼好动，所以我们不仅需要贴合方式不同，还一定要能随着他们小小的身体一起运动。而成人的造口袋用在儿童身上时，通常儿科造口护士还会把外缘进行修剪，以便更适合小孩子的腹部，使其不会太靠近肚脐或大腿。通过临床经验总结和技术创新，康乐宝携手儿童护理专家，为儿童患者设计出了专属于儿童的造口产品——圣舒缪儿童系列产品。圣舒缪儿童系列产品的底盘是星形轮廓，更容易贴合小孩子圆圆的腹部，而且袋子更小巧轻便，适合孩子活泼好动的天性。这款产品还在2019年获得了 Red Dot 国际知名的红点设计大奖。
康乐宝专为儿童研发的圣舒缪儿童系列造口产品真的太神奇了。星形轮廓很棒，因为每天贴着造口袋会让亨瑞感觉不舒服。这个底盘可以调整皮肤暴露的位置，使得皮肤可以得以喘息。 而且这个形状像海星一样抓住亨瑞圆圆的肚子，不用担心在跑跳攀爬时贴合不牢。有了这款产品，使亨瑞的生活更有品质。他可以做任何想做的事，造口不会限制他的未来。这就是专属儿童的造口产品圣舒缪儿童系列。现在它即将在中国上市，希望能够帮助更多的造口儿童。小斗士们，加油！
造口旁疝是造口人常见的远期并发症之一。36%的造口人会在术后400天内发生旁疝，随着时间的延长，这个发生率可达到50%或更高。旁疝给造口人的正常生活带来困扰。研究显示，大部分造口旁疝患者的生活质量都不高。
造口旁疝多伴有局部肿胀等不适感，突出的疝内容物还会影响造口袋的粘贴，导致排泄物的渗漏。
造口旁疝长期压迫导致水分不良、回流障碍、皮肤营养障碍，可出现疝表面皮肤溃烂和肠管的嵌顿、梗阻和坏死。
长造口旁疝早期因为临床症状比较轻微，不易引起患者的重视，但随着病程的延长，旁疝的加重，最终将影响造口袋的佩戴以及体型的外观，以至于影响生存质量。
对于永久性长造口患者，造口旁疝发生率高且难以治愈，因此造口旁疝的预防十分的重要。
80%至90%的长造口旁疝患者采用非手术治疗，使用腹带是非手术治疗的主要措施，也是预防造口旁疝发生的主要措施。
对于旁疝早期或症状轻微者，使用合适的腹带，尤其是造口腹带治疗，可以使症状缓解，并且预防造口旁疝的发展。
使用造口旁疝专用腹带，能够对造口旁疝起到承托的作用，减轻患者的不适感，同时也能够减少肠管的缺血、坏死以及造口旁疝、嵌顿的这样一些并发症的发生。
一款更高品质的造口旁疝专用腹带 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带来到中国，它专为造口旁疝管理而设计，将为造口周围旁疝和腹部隆起提供舒适支撑。Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带由特有的可剪裁区域和透气可拉伸的弹力松紧带两部分组成。可裁剪区域采用高科技面料，具有良好的支撑性，帮助固定造口袋，承托旁疝，有助于延缓旁疝的进展。同时，可以根据个体需求，在此区域裁剪出个性化的造口袋专用孔，将无孔腹带量身定制成专属的有孔腹带。弹力松紧带部分采用高质量的纤维面料制成，弹性好，可向四周随意伸展，紧密贴合身体曲线，且透气性好，佩戴起来不闷热。尼龙搭扣宽且柔软，方便调节松紧程度。同时，扣合端采用人性化的口袋式设计，非常方便腹带的打开和闭合，上下边缘都设计有硅胶底纹，避免腹带在身体运动时卷边或移位。Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带已在美国、德国率先上市。调查显示，94%的使用者反馈其佩戴起来非常舒适。
祝贺 Brava！
祝贺 Brava！
祝贺 Brava！
祝贺 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带
来到中国，
来到中国，来到中国！期待 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带
能为中国造口旁疝患者带来福音，
能为中国造口患者带来福音。
期待 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带
能为中国造口旁疝患者带来福音。
更高品质的产品，只为更高质量的生活，让有贴心护理需求的人们生活得更轻松。
The silicone segment is the fastest growing segment in the wound care market. I look forward to meet with you, to meet with our customers, to support this very important launch for Coloplast.
拜尔坦硅胶异形贴在中国市场的上市，为广大的医护专业人士带来了更全面的解决方案。
当患者遭遇意外事故，身体不同部位轻微外伤，护理患处，现在我们有了更好的选择。拜尔坦硅胶泡沫异形贴，多种型号选择，细心呵护伤口。像颈部、腿部、背部这类伤口，我们选用拜尔坦硅胶泡沫敷料方形贴或蝶形贴，多种尺寸，满足不同伤口的需求。一次揭开一侧的保护膜，轻轻固定，均匀光滑，贴合皮肤。当处理手肘、膝盖等关节处伤口时，我们选用蝶形贴。它的蝶形设计使得伤口贴合更加科学，方便关节活动。脚踝处伤口，我们选用足跟贴进行90度弯曲包裹，窄面包裹脚底，宽面包裹脚跟后部，其特别的凹槽设计能够更好地贴合跟腱凸起部位，使得伤口被充分包裹的同时，脚踝的活动不受影响，大大提升了患者恢复期的生活质量。同时，拜尔坦硅胶泡沫异形贴的3D 立体贴合技术，能使敷料紧贴伤口床，在日常的压力状态下不反渗，为伤口创造了更好的愈合环境。另外，硅胶层的设计使得异形贴比传统胶带更易于接触，能够大大减轻更换敷料时的疼痛感，并有效减少了胶面对伤口周围皮肤的损伤。
早日告别伤口，我选拜尔坦硅胶泡沫异形贴。
当你褪下春节喜庆的红，披上纯白的战甲，我愿用微薄之力为你再添武装。当你战斗于病毒的硝烟，为暂停的世界按下播放键，我愿用更贴心的护理与你同心守护。当健康码似无形的铁网，阻隔学术成长的脚步，我愿在小小屏幕中开启窗扉，与你走向未来。我们始终在一起，就如同过往的许多年一样。
第5届康乐宝 WOCF 护理高峰论坛，以爱之名，贴心守护，
以爱之名，贴心守护，
美好未来无限可能，
宏图更展，再谱华章，
历久弥新，更添精彩。
这已经成为标志性的会议，我们每年期待它，希望它能引领我们专业的发展，越办越好，美好未来无限可能。
疫情终将过去，春天自会到来。祝 WOCF 活动越办越好。
我们携手再次出发，
专业专注，聚焦赋能，饕餮盛宴，引领学术，祝第5届 WOCF 圆满成功。
以创新破壁，用思维链接， 我们在一起为患者创造贴心护理的更好未来。当你褪下春节喜庆的红，披上纯白的战甲，我愿用微薄之力为你再添武装。当你战斗于病毒的硝烟，为暂停的世界按下播放键，我愿用更贴心的护理与你同心守护。当健康码似无形的铁网，阻隔学术成长的脚步，我愿在小小屏幕中开启窗扉，与你走向未来。我们始终在一起，就如同过往的许多年一样。
第5届康乐宝 WOCF 护理高峰论坛以爱之名，贴心守护，
以爱之名，贴心守护，
美好未来无限可能，
宏图更展，再谱华章，
历久弥新，更添精彩。
这已经成为标志性的会议，我们每年期待它，希望它能引领我们专业的发展，越办越好，美好未来无限可能。
疫情终将过去，春天自会到来。祝 WOCF 活动越办越好。
我们携手再次出发，
专业专注，聚焦赋能，饕餮盛宴，引领学术，祝第5届 WOCF 圆满成功。
以创新破壁，用思维链接，我们在一起为患者创造贴心护理的更好未来。当你褪下春节喜庆的红，披上纯白的战甲，我愿用微薄之力为你再添武装。当你战斗于病毒的硝烟，为暂停的世界按下播放键，我愿用更贴心的护理与你同心守护。当健康码似无形的铁网，阻隔学术成长的脚步，我愿在小小屏幕中开启窗扉，与你走向未来。我们始终在一起，就如同过往的许多年一样。
第5届康乐宝 WOCF 护理高峰论坛以爱之名，贴心守护，
以爱之名，贴心守护，
美好未来无限可能，
宏图更展，再谱华章，
历久弥新，更添精彩。
这已经成为标志性的会议，我们每年期待它，希望它能引领我们专业的发展，越办越好，美好未来无限可能。
疫情终将过去，春天自会到来。祝 WOCF 活动越办越好。
我们携手再次出发，
专业专注， 聚焦赋能，饕餮盛宴，引领学术，祝第5届 WOCF 圆满成功。
以创新破壁，用思维链接，我们在一起为患者创造贴心护理的更好未来。
Welcome back to the second half of WOCF. In the second session, we will invite Professor Liao Liming from China Rehabilitation Research Center and Professor Xu Honglian from the Chinese Nursing Society. Professor Liao Liming is the Vice President of China Rehabilitation Research Institute. As the PhD tutor, he is also the council member of International Neurourinary Society. And Professor Xu Honglian comes from Shanghai Hospital, and he's also serving in the Chinese Medical Doctor Association Special Committee for colostomy. Next, let's invite the two experts to co-moderate the second half. Now, firstly, Professor Liao. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really my honor to be here for Coloplast's WOCF, and also it's my pleasure to meet with my peers to discuss about incontinency and the bladder control issues. Now, together with Professor Xu from Shanghai Hospital, we will anchor the second half of this session. Now, Professor Xu, could you please deliver the opening remarks? Good afternoon, everyone. The pleasure is mine to work with Professor Liao for the second half of this forum. Actually, there are still two parts for the second session. One is the keynote speech, and the second one is about the panel discussion. Now, firstly, let's continue the keynote speech. Let's welcome an expert from Austria, Professor Helmut Mattersbacher, who will share with us about the cutting-edge European technology about the indirect catheterization for the emptying of neurogenic bladder. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this important forum for the invitation. It is a pleasure for me to report on our experience in Europe with intermittent catheterization using advanced techniques. And these are my topics. I'm starting with some historical remarks. Well, as you see here, the experience that self or third-party catheterization is an excellent, I think the best method to empty the unbalanced neurogenic bladder, also in long term, was responsible or triggered the greatest progress in urology during the last 60 years. Moreover, intermittent catheterization is also the prerequisite for several important urological procedures. You couldn't do a bladder augmentation without having intermittent catheterization. To highlight the importance of intermittent catheterization, I show you here causes of death in spinal cord injured patients after their injury during rehabilitation. In the pre-IC era, for instance, in 1961, 50% of those who died because of renal failure from upper tract obstruction or urosepsis. And still in 1983, 15% died from renal failure. If we go further and come to the year 2017, then you see a completely different picture. In paraplegic patients, you won't see renal failure within the 5 most frequent causes of death. And in tetraplegia, renal failure is only on the 5th position. So from high renal death rate to almost normal life expectancy. And this is caused by intermittent catheterization, which is one of the most important milestones for this progress. Intermittent catheterization, so important for emptying the neurogenic bladder completely, and also improving a high bladder pressure situation, eventually combined with medication. And also our chairman of today, Limin Liao, a good friend of mine, hello Limin, stated already in 2015, intermittent self or third-party catheterization is the gold standard for the management of neurogenic lower urinary tract dysfunction. And indeed, urinary catheterization had been practiced since ancient times also in Asia. And in China, catheters were made from onion stalks. Later on, urinary catheters were made of gold, silver, iron, and even wood. In regards to the recent history on intermittent catheterization, you have to think on three people. That is Sir Ludwig Goodman, 1947. That is Jack Lapidus in the USA, 1972. And in Europe, around 1990, it was especially Manfred Störer from Germany who reported his experience with single-use hydrophilic coated catheters. But I'm coming to this back in a moment. The next topic I'm going to talk with you is terminology of intermittent catheterization. When reporting intermittent catheterization, method, material, technique, and design should be mentioned, as all these items influence the individual outcome of catheterization. This is also important when comparing study results, effect which is often ignored. So in regards to method, there are basically two methods: catheterization with multi-use catheters, one and the same catheter, maybe for weeks, even months, afterwards cleaned, dried, and disinfected, or catheterization with single-use catheters, that means each time a new sterile catheter. The second item is material, which you should report. For multi-use catheters, all started with rubber catheters. Later on, silicone catheters were produced for this purpose, especially in Japan and China. In our area, it was plastic catheters, but nowadays we use PIBA, which is environmentally friendly. These catheters are mostly uncoated, and they are used together with jelly. For single-use catheters, we use in Europe especially PIBA, again, this environmentally friendly material, and also now silicone. Uncoated together with jelly, and coated catheter with mostly hydrophilic catheters, but also gel reservoir catheters and other technology to lower friction. And here you see one of the SpeediCut catheters. In regards to techniques, well, again, all started with Sir Ludwig Goodman. He was a neurosurgeon from Germany working in the UK, and he introduced sterile catheterization under operative conditions. It's not used anymore today in daily practice, but it's still used in hospital. And he could show that sterile catheterization could really improve the results in regards to infections and urethral damage, and he did it against the will of the urologists. Another important date is 1972, when in the United States, Jack Lapidus introduced clean intermittent catheterization, CIC. He used uncoated, non-sterile catheters. They were introduced with washed hands. And in Europe, we started in around 1990 with aseptic catheterization. That means each time with a new sterile catheter, performed mostly with coated catheters. And another item we have to report when we do when we give the results from catheterization is the design. There's the tip of catheters. Could be an Ellaton catheter with a straight tip, or a T-man with a bound tip, with different length of catheters. We have long catheters for the males. We have short catheters, even in the size of a lipstick for females. The packaging is important. How can we open the package? How can we introduce the catheter? There are different grab handles and applicators available. And lately we have also now self-contained systems which allow non-touch technique, the so-called ready-to-use catheter systems. I'm coming back to it in a moment. This is the self-contained. This is a chart showing a self-contained system. There was a kit has been developed in which sterile saline and urine collecting bag are pre-packed with a hydrophilic catheter. Typically, the sterile saline that is already in the urine bag is used for lubrication for about 30 seconds, and the special guide mechanisms is used to insert then the catheter into the urethral meatus without touching the catheter at all. So the risk for UTI is reduced. In one study, 74% of patients who have been using the standard PVC catheter were willing to switch to the new system. It's of course ideal for outdoor catheterization because the same bag also collects the urine, and it's really what we call a ready-to-use catheter. Now, another question: which catheter, which technique, with which material, which design are best? Are there real differences, and what are the differences? Well, in the past, mostly Cochrane reports were cited, which were based over years on more or less the same studies with the following conclusions. They said, it has not been yet established whether incidence of UTI, other complications such as hematuria or user satisfaction are affected by sterile or clean technique, coated or uncoated catheters, single or multiple use catheters, or by any other strategy. And they again stated this in 2017. But based on clinical experience and common sense, at least the UTI rate must be higher with reused catheters. And therefore, a group of neurologists, their names you find up here, reinvestigated the papers that they used for the Cochrane, the colleagues used for the Cochrane report, and they identified possible errors in the analysis of data, especially in regards to how urinary tract infection was defined. Only a few papers really adhered to a standard terminology, and therefore, when using only papers which were correct in terms, then they could show that there was, of course, a trend towards single-use catheters, and there was then significantly the study results favored hydrophilic catheters. So I think we can forget these Cochrane reports. It will be replaced by a new one in due time. But hydrophilic catheters gives me the chance now to talk to hydrophilic coated catheters versus uncoated catheters. And I think the most important, why do we produce hydrophilic coating? Well, that's the question that's the influence on friction. The friction between the surface of the catheter and the urethral mucosa is of paramount importance. High friction predisposes to urethral trauma and urethral lesions with consequent urethral infection and then urinary tract infection, as well as for urethral narrowing in long term. And only recently, in a Korean paper, it was said the most notable development in catheter-related products so far is the hydrophilic coating. What does this mean, hydrophilic coating? This was developed in Sweden by a guy called Jan Uttas. Well, he put a layer of polyvinyl pyrrolidone and salt together on the catheter, which makes the catheter surface, here the catheter, here his surface, he makes the surface now urotonic. What does it mean, urotonic? Urotonicity results in water retention, which causes now a slippery layer on the catheter surface and thus reducing friction. And this is the idea behind. So hydrophilic coated catheter is a subject for many studies during the last years and still nowadays. So we come now to the question, to some papers comparing coated single-use catheters, mostly hydrophilic coated catheters, compared to uncoated single-use catheters. And there are 7 good studies and 1 updated meta-analysis which have compared hydrophilic catheters to uncoated catheters. Well, what are the complications with intermittent catheterization? Well, we know there is a certain percentage of urinary tract infections occurring, and there is also the danger of urethral damage. And we know that after 10 years of doing self-intermittent catheterization, you will find radiologic changes of the urethra with no need for treatment in about 30% of the patients. However, you find urethral stricture with the need for treatment, also in some patients, only in few patients, about 3%. So the questions to be answered are, firstly, do hydrophilic catheters decrease urinary tract infections? I would stress again, the UTI definition requires both a positive bacterial culture and the presence of a new sign or symptom according to the East Coast UTI basis dataset. This is the first paper I would cite in context of reduction of urinary tract infections. And you see, this is a paper from De Ridder in Belgium. And he compared the risk for clinical urinary tract infection in spinal cord injured patients in a prospective randomized parallel comparative study between hydrophilic coated and non-coated catheters. And I just want to see, bring you a few data. For instance, the number of patients free of UTI during a 12 months of period and experience 1 or more UTIs during the study period. Here, no urinary tract infections with PVC uncoated in 18%. However, with the SpeediCut catheter, this percentage increased to 36%. More than 1 UTI was in PVC in 82%. However, in the SpeediCut group, only as a hydrophilic catheter, only in 64%. And the difference between these two groups was statistically significant. Also, the number and percentage of patients who were very satisfied with the catheter, with this catheter, with the hydrophilic catheter after 6 and 12 months were as such. Well, with the SpeediCut, we had after 6 months satisfaction in 33%, and after 12 months in 36%, compared to 15 and 21% with the uncoated catheters. However, the observed difference is not statistically relevant. And so we can say from the Ritter study, there was a significant reduction of 21% in the amount of people experienced 1 or more UTIs in the hydrophilic coated catheter group compared to the uncoated catheter group. And in another study from Cardenas in the United States, they also found same number, about 21% reduction in UTIs with hydrophilic coated catheters during hospitalization of spinal cord injury patients. So the question 1, do hydrophilic catheters decrease UTI? Well, can be answered, yes, they do. There is about a 20% reduction of UTI. The second question is, do hydrophilic or gel-coated catheters reduce urethral trauma? And there is an interesting study from Stens Ball from 2005. With this investigation set, he measured the withdrawal force of catheters while they were withdrawn, which force was needed. And you see the hydrophilic coated catheter, they needed a much lower force than the uncoated catheter. It means the friction was much higher here. And he investigated 49 healthy male volunteers. 40 completed the study. Each volunteer had 2 catheterizations with each catheter brand. And firstly, 93% of the participants preferred the hydrophilic catheters. And as you see here, these are now the conclusions from Stan's Ball. He said that, for instance, the hydrophilic catheter SpeedyCut exerted a significantly lower mean withdrawal friction force and work than uncoated catheters. And the conclusion was hydrophilic coated catheters perform better than uncoated catheters with regards to microhematuria and preference, because they also investigated whether you found on the tip of the catheter microhematuria or not. So I just mentioned this study, but there are also some others with the same result. In regards to the second question, we can say yes, they do. Hydrophilic coated catheters perform better than uncoated catheters with regards to microhematuria and preference. The third question is, how is satisfaction, acceptance, and quality of life? Is it better with hydrophilic catheters? And there are several studies, I just run through them very quickly. One from Moore, they say 70 to 80% prefer hydrophilic catheters and 71% do not want to reuse catheters. Prieto, Cochrane review, showing statistical evidence for user preference of hydrophilic catheters. And the one as a study which I will cite a little bit later again, from Feng, he said from last year, adults are more satisfied with hydrophilic catheters and especially more satisfied than children. Maybe for children, these catheters are a little bit too slippery and therefore a little bit more difficult for them to handle. So hydrophilic catheters improve patient satisfaction. But how about long-time adherence to intermittent catheterization? Well, this is an interesting question. And you see here from work from Cameron in the United States that from the group started with CIC, clean intermittent catheterization, 100% at the beginning. After 5 years, after 5 years, only 50% still were on IC. So here you see the green columns, and you see after 5 years, only 50% are still on CIC. What was the reason? Well, if you go into more details, it became clear that women, tetraplegics, and older persons are at highest risk for ending up with an indwelling catheter. You see that the yellow bars over the years get higher. So instead of doing a CIC, then switched to indwelling catheterization. So how about the question 4, how about long-term adherence? 50% remain on CIC at 5 years follow-up. The main predictor for change, for instance, to an indwelling catheter, has been poor use of upper extremities in the case of spinal cord injury. Sorry, I have to interrupt once more. Now we are here. So I repeat, you can cut the other one. The main predictor for change, for instance, to indwelling catheter, has been the poor use of upper extremities in the case of spinal cord injury. In addition, with increasing age of the population, also elderly people need IC, but physical and mental comorbidities occurring during follow-up may then prevent IC. And the last question, how about costs of hydrophilic costs? Hydrophilic catheters costs more. Well, this is the answer. In most healthcare systems, the practice is to provide patients with the low-cost catheter rather than the best state-of-the-art hydrophilic catheter, not considering the higher complication rates related to uncoated catheters or catheter reuse. The total cost estimate must not only focus on catheter costs, but also include costs for complications and lack of long-term adherence. Thus, the cost estimate for premium catheters is presumably in the long term lower. And there are also two interesting studies I want to cite now. There is one study from Clark and co-workers from 2016. They say the cost effectiveness of IC for spinal cord injury patients from a lifetime perspective for the usage of two different single-use catheter designs, hydrophilic coated and uncoated. And they did a probabilistic Markov decision model to compare lifetime costs and quality adjusted life years. And the model predicted that, for instance, a 36-year-old spinal cord injured patient with chronic urinary retention would live additional 1.4 years if using hydrophilic catheters for catheterization compared to uncoated catheters at an incremental of costs of 2,100 English pounds. Moreover, the lifetime number of UTI events would be reduced by 16%, and two Italian colleagues came to the same conclusion 1 year later. They also said hydrophilic coated catheters are potentially a cost-effective choice in comparison to uncoated ones. The findings, they say, can assist policymakers in evaluating intermittent catheterization in patients with spinal cord injury. So, how are the costs? What is the answer? Considering a lifetime perspective, hydrophilic catheters were estimated to be a cost-effective solution when compared with uncoated catheters, considering the costs caused by more complications with the uncoated catheters. And this is my last slide of this topic. An outcome comparison of hydrophilic and non-hydrophilic catheter for patients with intermittent catheterization, an updated meta-analysis, also considering effects of age, patient's preference, compliance, quality of life, and costs of hydrophilic catheters. And these are the main answers. We found that the use of hydrophilic catheters reduced the risk of UTIs by about 45%, and which was consistent with urethral trauma, whose risk reduced by 55%. And despite the higher unit prices, the additional hydrophilic catheter costs was offset from savings due to fewer complications. So in conclusion, and this is the latest, that is the most updated meta-analysis, current evidence demonstrated advantages of hydrophilic catheters in decreasing risk of UTIs and urethral trauma, as well as improving patient satisfaction. Now I come to another practical aspect, tips and tricks when performing intermittent catheterization. Prevention of UTI is not only a matter of catheterization, the catheter material. There are also other important points. One very important is avoid bladder overdistension. When you overdistend the bladder, the vascularization of the mucosa is decreased and the mucosa becomes more prone to infection. So bladder filling at the time of catheterization should not exceed 500 cc. And the volume, and if it voids in addition spontaneously, volume of the spontaneous voiding plus volume of the catheterized volume should not extend, again, 500 cc. All what's above means overdistension. And this has to be controlled with the catheterization protocol, where you record time of bladder emptying, volumes emptying, and also the drinking habits in regards to time, volume, and time. So you have to find a balance between drinking and catheterization frequency, which the frequency should not be more than 4 to 5 times in 24 hours. And this has to be adjusted to the volume of fluid intake. And the second one is you have to avoid post-catheterization residual urine. You have to express the bladder not this way, but this should remind you of that, by a Credé maneuver before removing the catheter. 15% of patients with IC have significant post-catheterization residual urine because they don't do the Credé maneuver at the end, especially those with a weak and flaccid bladder. Well, there are some main reasons why IC seems not to be possible. That is impaired mobility, mental impairments, severe spasticity, obesity, impaired hand function, small capacity bladder, and no third party for doing IC available. But I think before you're looking out for alternatives, check again whether improvement is possible. It is possible in regards to impaired mobility. It is possible in regard to severe spasticity and impaired hand function. What can we do if hand function is impaired and does not allow intermittent self-catheterization? Well, ask for occupational therapy. There are catheterization aids. There is the so-called cath hand for tetraplegic patients. There are cloth holders, penis holders. There is an aid to spread the labia. And if there is severe spasticity present, there is an inflatable leg holder available with a mirror, which then eventually allows intermittent catheterization despite spasticity. Well, now I'm coming to the last point, some concluding remarks. I start with this chart, which shows the bladder management in individuals with chronic neurogenic lower tract dysfunction, and a comparison between China. I got this data from a questionnaire report, Life Status of Chinese SCI patients, and this is a paper published in Spinal Cord. And you see here the data from China, and here the data from Switzerland. And in regards to intermittent catheterization, well, at the end of the about 20% of Chinese spinal cord injured patients use intermittent catheterization. However, in Switzerland is also doubled, 41%. Indwelling catheterization much higher in China than in Switzerland. So I think there is still some work to do to increase the rate of the number of patients being on intermittent catheterizations and not on indwelling catheterization instead. And this is probably in Europe due to the European Association of Urology guidelines. The recommendations are, these are strength rating. Use intermittent catheterization whenever possible, aseptic technique, as a standard treatment for patients who are unable to empty the bladder. It's a very strong recommendation. Thoroughly instruct patients in the technique and risk of intermittent catheterization, also a strong rating, and avoid indwelling transurethral or suprapubic catheterization whenever possible. And if you look here, you see that mostly intermittent catheterization in Europe is done now using disposable hydrophilic coated catheter. They are the standard in Europe. And as you see here, these columns compare the patients being on hydrophilic catheters and the gray one being on uncoated catheters. And this is UK, this is France, this is Spain. But you always see the majority of patients are using hydrophilic coated catheters nowadays. So in summary, intermittent catheterization is recognized as gold standard, but many challenges remain. Hydrophilic coated catheters are part of the solution, securing long-term IC compliance and adherence. So intermittent catheterization with hydrophilic coated catheters offering safety. There is a reduced trauma, which is a risk factor for urinary tract infection and urethral pathology. And you will find a higher level of patient satisfaction and quality of life. And in the future, probably also in China, you will have ready-to-use and compact catheters, which further improve the quality of life related to intermittent self-catheterization. Thank you for your attention.
Helmut Medersbacher, who is my close friend. He started from the history of intermittent catheterization to the status quo and the future direction of this technology. He gave us a very informative and scientific sharing. That is one of the best I've heard. So thank you. And also I want to thank our translators for the perfect translation. That's why the speech by Helmut Medersbacher could give us the precise information to all of the Chinese speakers. I want to talk about 3 points. Firstly, for this forum to invite Professor Helmut Medersbacher, I would love to give you a brief introduction of the professor so that you would know who he is. I do believe that WOCF could have invited Professor Medersbacher. It's really an honor. And secondly, for the development of Chinese intermittent catheterization, I have some humble opinions. And my third point will be about the future practices of Chinese intermittent catheterization. As you know, Professor Medersbacher is in his 80s. Internationally, he could be said as the most well-known neurogenic expert. He is one of a kind in this world, and he is unrivaled in this world. I've known him for 20 years. Since many years ago, he has been focused on the treatment of neurogenic bladder, and we created the International Neurogenic Urinary Society. Actually, I should have been meeting him this year in his university, Innsbruck University, for a conference. But due to the epidemic, that conference was postponed. Professor Medersbacher, since young, has been studying and promoting intermittent catheterization technology. He studied different catheters and their implications over the outcomes, and also the incidence of infection of different technologies, even the influence of lubricants over the urinary tract. So he has done a lot of researches over the technologies, and also he has been looking at different countries to promote this technology worldwide, for example, Asia, South America, contributing greatly to the international transmission of intermittent catheterization technique. The International Society of Continency has also made its due contribution to the development of intermittent catheterization, including China. That's the significance he has made. And secondly, about the status quo of China's development in this technology. And speaking of that, I have to return to 20 years ago when I just returned back to China from Europe and I joined the Chinese Rehabilitation Center. At that moment, we started to see explosive growth of this field, and I dare say that the Chinese Rehabilitation Center has been leading the way in China in this technique. But 2 decades ago, even in this center, the intermittent catheterization was not widely utilized and applied. But after 2 decades, the concept of intermittent catheterization has been adopted by the majority of nurses and doctors right now. What we need to do right now is about how to improve this job. So that naturally leads to my third point. What shall we do in China to improve the situation? For the practitioners of intermittent catheterization in China, there are different groups. One is from the urinary department, and secondly, doctors from the rehabilitation centers, and thirdly, the nurses. Those 3 groups of people could be said as the drivers of intermittent catheterization technology in China. That's why I value multidisciplinary cooperation. And that's why I was invited to this forum. Starting from this year, we must galvanize more energy, including our association and my personal team, to dive into the study of intermittent catheterization.
Professor Mansbach has also pointed out and mentioned some of the analyses are not unified, which means we are going to conclude different results and outcomes. In that sense, which methodology is the best? The styro catheterization with coated or uncoated, which one is better? And for the preference of patients, which material should be selected for the single use or the multiple use catheterization? In terms of the cost, compliance, and composite value, which one should be adopted by the physicians and therapists? This is something we're going to do to propose the design of the prospective therapy and study. I want to take up this opportunity to call on our colleges, our colleagues, experts, specialists, and therapists to move on with this new study, and we're also going to provide to you the Chinese data. Again, also want to thank the industry leader, Coloplast, for your long-term support. So I feel very much excited to hear and watch the faces of Professor Marsbacher. Again, I want to invite Madam Xu Honglian to give us the following guidance on the Q&A session. Madam Xu, the floor is yours. Thank you, Professor Liao, dear experts, my dear friends, and all the audiences online. The next session will be on the Q&A session. In the Q&A session, we're very happy to welcome Professor Wang Lin, Professor Laurent Chabot, Professor David Kist, and Professor Helmut Madsbacher. We have 4 experts here to join us in this round of Q&A session. For each of the speakers, we have 2 questions for you respectively. The first question goes to Professor Wang Lin. In the China Nursing Society, it issues the Chinese guideline over the elders enterostomy. It is highly clinically significant. And in the upcoming years, are you going to release the guidance and standards on the treatment and care of the urotract stomy care? Thank you much for the question. For the enterostomy standards, in the process of the completion, I worked together with Madam Xu and the KOLs, therapists, experts, and doctors in this regard. In the process of the compiling the standards, it's not an easy task. It is a very rough journey. Starting from 2018, we began to write down the planning. Starting from the March of 2020, we can read this guideline on the website. It's been almost a 2-year journey. I also have the long-term belief that the enterostomy standards have been heard, applied, and commented clinically. Hopefully, we are going to follow this step to release more standards. Still, I need more studies, as Professor Liao pointed out. To roll out a study, we have to grasp the science-based methodologies, which will be our weapon to release more standards. This is my sincere hope to work together with interdisciplinary experts as well as our KOLs to improve our academic capacities. This is a prerequisite for us to roll out more standards from various aspects, like the urinary tract ostomy standards as well. Thank you. The next question is, when you are giving us your lecture, you are talking about the medical device related authorization, which has been published already. This is highly beneficial to patients as well as to the healthcare givers. So my question is about the selection of the dressing. Do you have any recommendations in this regard? Thank you very much for the question and for your introduction. For the introduction of the dressings, in terms of treating the MDRPIP or any other types of authorization, we are going to adopt the preventive dressing in the first place. And we have 4 recommendations to the patients. The first piece of recommendation is as follows. Preventive dressing can help us to reduce the occurrence of the MDRPIP, which has been supported by the literature review, but I also have some of my personal tips. You're also going to take up other methods. Preventive dressing is not going to cure all. We are going to help the patients to swap to improve the nutrients input. For the second piece of my personal advice and recommendation is we're going to give you a rich matrix of the dressings, such as a foam, the gel, or the semi-transparent dressings. All those can be optional. They have their own indications and scope of utilization. By taking up the evidence from the guideline, you can read out all the outcomes of different studies. You can do some readings and homework for yourself. I also have some tips if there's some kind of a movement or loosening or the breaking down of the dressings is going to be changed immediately. The third point is we are going to avoid the multi-layered administration. The point is we're going to choose one that is good enough. You're not going to adopt multiple layered dressings because that is going to increase the burden for the patient. The fourth point is when we are changing the dressing for each time, you are going to check the functions and efficacy of the preventive dressing. If the outcome is pretty poor, we are going to reconsider the dressing we have chosen for the patient. So we're going to evaluate the skin situations before we're going to do the right option. Thank you, Professor Wang. The 4 points are highly valuable. We're not going to just choose one instead of others. Again, thank you very much, Professor Wang. Thank you for the questions. Well, the next 2 questions will go to Professor Lauren Chable. The first question to you is about the training of the Chinese WCET membership. China's been doing that for over 2 decades, and China has a therapist of up to 2,000. So the question is, can you help us to introduce the status of the Chinese WCET membership?
Yes, of course. So Chinese membership is for some years now on the top 10 of our membership number. Chinese is one of our top 5 most spoken languages, which is why we have pushed to get the journal translated in Chinese, even if it costs lots of money. This version is only electronic and is one of the member benefits. It is posted on our member-only website page. Asian membership represents close to 1/3 of actual membership, and as ETNEP in China has raised significantly up over the last 10 years, and more than 200 more new Chinese students per year graduate after following these programs, we are sure we can attract more Chinese members to WCT. We are also delighted to get 2 Chinese representatives who just have joined the executive board, and we plan to be able to organize at one point a WCT Congress in China. We do think that having 2 Chinese members within the board will help us to achieve this goal. It is also my great pleasure to warmly welcome Ms. Yuan Julie Wang, our current WCT Education Chairperson, new WCT Executive Member Board, as she is joining this meeting as the host of the panel discussion.
Lauren Chable for your answer. As known by us all, we are getting the information. Currently, the ET in China has played a very effective role in getting our voice being heard in the WCET. It is our honor. The second question to you is as follows. I have over 20 years of the membership, and in the upcoming years, what will be the plan for WCET to carry out your activities and initiatives?
All this past year, as many of us, WCT has to face multiple challenges. The pandemic crisis had forced us to postpone our 2020 Congress to this October 2021. We still follow very closely the healthcare situation within the world, and we are in close ongoing discussion with ASN UK. As you know, we're doing a joint conference. ASN UK is the Association of Stoma Nurses in United Kingdom. And we will make the best decision possible soon regarding dates, how we will do that, and regarding data and information we can gather. As face-to-face meeting and travel were not possible to be done in 2020, we have proposed an online day program where prestigious speakers have presented original topics on ostomy, wound and continence care. More webinars are planned to be done over this year, so stay tuned. We also have taken the opportunity of the postponing of our biennial Congress to ensure a transition plan between outgoing and incoming board members. Until the next face-to-face Congress, outgoing members has agreed on monitoring the new incoming members into their new position. We think that will allow a smoother transition and will benefit to WCT. We wish to continue to run EB election on odd years, so it will give more time to the new EB members to get into their incoming new position when time will come. As you know, we are moving from a past company management to a new one, which will need us time to introduce and to transition for. We still do hope to get the WCT Journal Medline indexing. It takes at least 2 years of following Medline criteria before being able to apply, so we hope it will come soon. Medline index is a much higher requirement than CINAHL to get, and to get it will reflect the higher scientific content level of the journal, and actually our publisher and editor are working at it. Partnership with industry is for us extremely important, so taking advice and comment from them when necessary is one of the top priority for us. Since 2018, we have to deal also with new rules which apply to Europe and European-based companies, which has forced us to be more creative and find other ways to deal with these new rules. We are still working at them as new paths can be found. Finally, we try to increase our partnership with other associations. So in 2021, our Congress is organized in collaboration with ASN UK, and for the next 2 Congresses, we will also collaborate with other associations. So stay tuned once again. We have been invited to speak on other association congresses on behalf of WCT, such as ComAIL, which is the American Stoma and Wound Care Association, AMSHICHAC, which is the Mexican Association for Wound Care Specialists, the Training program at NEP in Croatia. We will have a next meeting with APES, which is the Portuguese Stoma Nurse Association. And we also have make a contribution, and probably will do for the next time, with WCN in US and many more. We are a small specialty, and I personally believe that together we are stronger and we will be stronger.
Thank you, Professor Lauren Chable. Thank you much for your answer. Now we are looking forward to seeing the waving down of the COVID-19 so we can join your annual meeting as well. Now we are going to welcome back Professor Liao Liming to be the host for the next session.
I have two questions for Professor Chris. The first question is, what is the difference between 2019 and profession background consensus in terms of its QDID management? David?
Well, that's a very excellent question. And I can tell you that with the expert panel, which is meeting next week on Monday to discuss this very issue, because it's not truly, in my particular concept, a guideline. Guidelines have a very specific approach to managing guidelines for treatment. This is more likely a guidance kind of thing. And I can speak a little bit about the Canadian experience. We often, instead of talking about guidelines, we talk about best practice recommendations. So what we're really talking about here is a guidance document that you can use to help you to improve your management of the gap between dressings and wound beds, but it's really looking at a holistic approach to the patient. And that was the key outcome from this consensus, was that holistic approach to the patient is absolutely critical, and you cannot manage the gap without managing all of those other factors that I discussed. But to be in a true sense of a clinical practice guideline, no, it has not been done in a clinical practice guideline approach, but it truly will be a consensus guidance document.
Question for David is, why accurate management is such a critical success factor in terms of gap management?
Well, as we well know, exudate is a normal process of wound healing, and you do need a certain amount of exudate in order to stimulate the healing that is appropriate, but you need the right balance. And the real problem arises when you start to accumulate pooling of exudate in the wound bed. And the problem there arises because we have a lot of matrix metalloproteases and other enzymes that are in this that could actually delay healing if it's not appropriately managed. Furthermore, when we have pooling of exudate, it becomes a growth medium for bacteria, and it leads to the risk of increasing wound infections and increasing presence of biofilms, which will delay wound healing. And then beyond that, once the exudate gets out into the surrounding skin, it causes maceration of the surrounding skin, and we really need healthy surrounding skin in order to close the wound. Most epithelial cells in a healing process come from the edge of the wound because most wounds are full thickness wounds. And if you have impaired the ability of the peri-wound skin to provide epithelial cells to cover over the wound through excess exudate, you will delay wound healing. So it really is important to manage exudate. But I think the key thing here and the key importance is that there really has been very little discussion of appropriate management of the gap between the dressing and the wound bed. Certainly going back 20 years, it was really indicated that we do need to manage the dead space. We do need to wick the moisture away from the bed so that there is a balance at the wound bed. But this is to looking at a truly novel approach to an international consensus on how we might go about that.
Okay, thank you, David. The following two questions are for Professor Helmut Mattisbacher. My first question is, do you consider urine leakage occurrences in SCI patients who perform IC as a serious problem? And how should it be treated? Professor Helmut?
That's a very good question. Well, I think urine leakage is a problem in these patients because we do intermittent catheterization for two aims. One's to empty the bladder, and in between the catheterizations, the patient should stay dry. He should, and the reasons for leakage during these between the catheterization are several. They could be either due to detrusor pathology, especially due to detrusor overactivity. And the first thing you should do if patients report that since recently he is incontinent between intermittent catheterization, the first things you should do is to look to investigate the urine. Very often, urinary tract infection can trigger detrusor overactivity. And this results then in leakage between catheterizations. And the other one is that you have that the type of lesion he has also includes the detrusor overactivity. And with intermittent catheterization, you cannot abolish it completely. So in such a situation, the patients would need, in addition, medication, antimuscarinics or other medicaments, or even botulinum toxins in the bladder wall. And the second, so this was the detrusor as a cause for leakage in between catheterizations. The other second big group are patients with the so-called lower motor neuron lesion, who have also a very weak sphincter. Whenever they change position, when they change from the wheelchair out into a chair or to a bed, then the increase of the intra-abdominal pressure can cause leakage. This is much more difficult to solve, and it's mostly then that the patients should not should take care that the bladder is not too full. And well, I think you cannot avoid it unless you do something on the sphincter. Maybe you even implant a sling or something like that to increase urethral resistance. So once more, the reasons are twofold, either detrusor related, detrusor overactivity, or sphincter related, sphincter weakness.
Symptoms. Please, Professor.
Well, I understand that this is for patients, the question relates to patients on intermittent catheterization. And I think one of the great dangers of intermittent catheterization is bladder overdistension. And you can diagnose bladder over this phenomenon only by records. The patients had to record the time of catheterization. Secondly, the volume he empties. Thirdly, the amount he drinks, when does he drink, what does he drink. We have to realize that, as I said during my lecture, that a bladder filling volume over 500 cc is a danger. It's a danger for urinary tract infections, but also a danger for the upper, maybe also a danger for the upper urinary tract when the intravascular pressure rises. So the patient has to write down for maybe 2 days, each day, the day and night, the time he's catheterizing, the volume which comes out, and also what he was drinking at which time and what type of it was water, tea, or whatever. And again, 500 cc is the critical landmark of bladder filling, which should not be exceeded. And this is, I think, it is a very simple measure the patients should do, but sometimes it's even a problem. And because they do not understand really, you have to explain it to the patient. You should show him an example how he should do it, but this is the only way how, with the help of a bladder diary, you can disclose or you can prove bladder over distensions, which is a really danger.
Okay, thank you, Professor Helmut Mattersbacher. So, dear audience, I would love to add something to the answer. The wording diary, that is actually the diary of the patients. Usually it is the patients that take down the notes of their drinking volume, the drinking time, and the amount they drink every day. And also, according to Professor Helmut Mattersbacher, such a bladder diary will be paramount for the safety of upper urinary tract symptoms, particularly the swelling of upper urinary tract. It must be prevented once it is above 500 cc. 500 cc is big enough for a usual bladder, but if we are accounting for the functional number, then 500 cc may lead to dangerous results. So that's a very dangerous situation for the patients. That's why just now Professor Mattersbacher answered this question and focused on the bladder diary. Thank you. Now, since I am the moderator, I would love to thank Professor Liao for adding such information. It's very professional intake, and also I want to give my thumbs up to you for the information, and thank you all for being with us. Next, we are going to enter into another panel session. In this session, Professor Wen Yajuan will be the moderator. Professor Wen is very young. He is the director of Changchun Municipal First Affiliate Hospital, and also Professor Weng is serving as the chair of Educational Commission of the World Stoma Therapist Association. Professor Weng is making great contribution. Now, please. Thank you, Professor Xu, for your introduction. It is really my honor to be the moderator of this session. Here, we will invite Professor Laurent Chabel, Professor David Keast, and Professor Xu Honglian, and Professor Wu Ling, as well as Professor Zheng Meichun from the Tumor Prevention and Control Center of the Sun Yat-sen University. and he's from the Guangdong province. We also have other professors, Professor Wang Yuanjiao from the People's Hospital of Zhejiang province as a professor and the master tutor. He is also from the Rehabilitation Society of the Chinese Nursing Association. Next, our focus will be about the nursing of wounds and incontinency in the circumstance of the epidemic. Please control your answers within 6 to 7 minutes. Now, firstly, I would like to give the question to Professor Laurent. What is the WCET initiatives and activities to help WCET members in the period of COVID-19?
Yeah, it has been and it is still a difficult time for all of us. We cannot see face to face anymore, and we don't know exactly when we will be able to be again together face to face. So what we have done and what we are planning to still doing is to still propose online webinars, at least 3 and maybe if we can 4 times when possible. We have created a COVID-19 special website page where resources shared by other organizations can be found. This is an open access page, so everybody can get on. And this page is updated as necessary. And members are also welcome to share maybe things they have done in their own country to be posted on this page if possible. In this page, there is also resources that are in other language than English. So more than welcome to post documents made in other languages, such as Chinese, for example. Improving our website is one also of our top priority in order to be more user-friendly. We actually have, and it make at least 2 years or 3, I will say, some issues by PayPal payments online, and we probably will have to change the way it is. But we are working on that, and we will be inform our WCT member when it will be done. We also have increased our email communication because it was really important. In this time, we cannot meet each other with members. And our last membership survey have shown that it was really appreciated. So we will continue to do that. We are also still open to other proposals to discuss within the board in order to see what we can do about them. As we need to update our strategic plan, this proposal could be assessed in order to see if we can implement them and include them in the new strategic plan we will have to do. That will also depend on the financial resources we've got.
Sharing the experience in the website. Thank you very much. Here's another question. In the period of COVID-19, what is the initiatives and activities to help WOC nurses manage ward clinic and outpatient care for stoma patients in European countries?
Yeah, that's a tricky question because each country has its own political way to deal with this pandemic. For instance, in France, there have been some completely locked down for several weeks. In Switzerland, we have been in semi-lockdown for every times. So we don't have the same experience, I will say, from a country to another. But whatever, well, that's for sure that this pandemic has limited individual patients to come to our clinic appointments, or because it was not possible to come, because of the lockdown, or because they were afraid to get COVID by coming to this appointment, or during the travel to come to hospital, or to be at hospital, because in their representation, hospital was more high risky area to come, because we have COVID patients here. Elective surgery has been suspended for weeks, and only urgent ones have been undergone, and that have bring more complex and advanced patients to take care of, with more challenges to fulfill. Some ostomy, ET, wound and continence nurses had to change their job by going to work on confined units and not to do stomach care anymore. Others have been infected and asked to stay home in quarantine, when others has unfortunately passed away from COVID. They may rest in peace. And all the infected ones have the quicker recovery and complete recovery as quick as possible. As the pandemic is still running, lockdown or semi-lockdown are still in place, COVID will have for sure an impact on patients and ostomy clinician nurses, as you want to call them. Literature already have shown advanced and complex cases, and we can expect to get confirmation to see that in our own practice soon. For example, it is the case for patients with lower limb arteriopathy or diabetes. We can expect to see that coming for patients living with cancer. From my experience, patients with cancer who have to undergo stomach surgery are already becoming more complex as cancer is becoming more and more a chronic disease. 5 or 6 years ago, it was really unusual to see patients with 2 stomachs. Now it comes, from my experience, more and more frequent, with all the challenges it might involve to these patients related to complications, related to appliances costs and care costs. And also for us, it will be a challenge to deal with them, because having 2 stomachs is not an easy path to go.
So currently, we have to understand that the impact of the COVID-19, we are feeling the impact. So next question goes to Madam Xue Honglian. In the domestic market, what will be the impact over the stoma surgery outpatient and ward care? Thank you, Wang, for your question. Under the COVID-19, we are feeling the blow out of the new virus, and we have not developed enough understanding over that. Back then, during the Spring Festival, we were closing the ward. This is the same case applying to the outpatient. In the new 7th day of the new year, we opened the outpatient. But for the stoma surgeries, we continued even during the Spring Festival. In Hubei province, we are seeing the quick spread of the COVID-19 all the way up to the March. In the March of 2020, the wards were opened. However, for those patients who were diagnosed before the new year, they were queuing up, and we were feeling a lot of pressure and challenge over that. We are raising up the standards. We have to ask them to do the nucleoside acid test, the CD test of the liver, of the lung, and we are also doing the isolation of the ward beds. For the surgery patients, we are lifting up the standards for the accompany. There should be just one person to accompany the patient, and there's no change in between. Even for the patient's accompany, he is asked to carry out the nucleoside acid test as well. For those emergency patients, we are going to receive them, there's no doubt, but we have to prepare the isolated ward to provide the cushioning function. If the test shows the positive answer, we are going to talk to the control bureau of the local government. And we are also increase the staffing over the controlling nurses. And we're also preparing the control and anti-epidemic materials such as a disinfectant. And we're asking there's no visiting between the patients as well. In the outpatient department, we opened that on the 7th day of the new year. In line with the national standards, we are also providing quota to limit the traffic. For the patients who are getting the quota, before they were entering the gate, they are going to provide the traffic map, their temperature management, and wearing their masks. When they were entering the outpatient again, they are going to retest the temperature and understand their traffic route to avoid any kind of a cross-infection. For the ventilation, for the X-ray disinfection, we are increasing the frequency. We have 4 standards: 1 patient, 1 bed sheet, 1 company, and 1 mask to prevent the cross-infection among the patients and doctors. In terms of the reimbursement, Shanghai did a very good decision. We provided the discounts. For this time, we improved the supply of the stoma materials. Among various disciplines and specialties, we are opened the online consultation services. For us, we are sticking to the secondary prevention standards. We are changing our masks and wash our hands at a very frequent level. In 2020, we saw the total number of outpatients are in line with that of 2019, including the indicators of complications, fistula, as well as leakage. We did publish an article on the international journal. By far, we are asking all the patients and all the doctors to carry out the coronavirus nucleoside test. Thank you, Madam Xu. And I know that the government in Shanghai and other hospitals, the experts and patients are following the strict standards. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Next question to you. Yes, if we are isolating from the stool the new coronavirus nucleic acid, do you have any guiding opinions to the change of the stoma bag? Actually, we did test out the positive nucleic acid out of the stool, so we have to confess that as the healthcare givers, we are affected a lot when we are giving guidance to the patients. We have to reduce the contact between the stool and the healthcare givers. Before the contact, we are trying to provide the larger ward to the patient. The caregivers and patients has to wear the gloves as well as the overcoat to treat those stool as fast as possible. But for the excretion, we have to clean up the skin. If we are seeing some spray, the bedsheet has to be replaced as fast as possible. In the stoma bag, it has to be closed and treated as a dry wastage. After exchange of the bag, the health givers has to wash their hands, open the windows, and to ensure ventilation. The next about the prevention of the bag leakage. The bag should be replaced with short interval for at least twice per day. We have to prevent the leakage or the stain. We have to replace that at least twice per day. And we are going to provide elastic bag to avoid any breakage. For some of the patients whose body shapes are quite special, we are going to be very careful to prevent the too low bed or chair. In Shanghai, we are following the secondary standards in equipping the PPE here. When we're wearing that PPE, we're not going to run into the working station. Once the PPE is polluted by the stool or any kind of the secretions, we have to change immediately.
Self-protection is quite important. Sometimes, if you're wearing good protection, then you're not scared of such contact. And also, if you have some direct contact with the patients, you have to do epidemiology testing. For the operators, we must wear some protective clothes. Usually it's grade 3 protection. And in the outpatients, we have 2 helpers. One to treat the patient, the other to handle the documents or giving out the products to avoid cross-infection. Those are my suggestions, and also I welcome more comments. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Xu, for your professional suggestion. I believe those pointers will be very helpful for the practitioners and the patients. Now we have 2 questions for Professor David Keast. The first question is, what is the biggest challenge for wound care after the COVID-19 in Canada?
Well, I can speak from my personal experience, but I can also speak from the experience of many of my colleagues across Canada. So what happened is that as we moved into phase 1 of the pandemic and we started to grow in case numbers, and there was a real worry that there would be a significant overwhelming of the healthcare system. And for this reason, my wound care clinic got shut down. And it wasn't because we were worried about the risk of transmitting the virus through my clinic, because we have very high infection control standards in our clinic anyways, and it really didn't mean much change to the way we did business. But unfortunately, the nurses that staffed my clinic were required elsewhere in the hospital to staff other units that were potentially for the treatment of patients with COVID-19 in the hospital. So the biggest impact that we had in our own particular clinic was that we lost our nursing staff and we were unable to continue our clinic. And I know from a colleague in Wales, her clinic was shut down because she was seconded to find morgues for dead patients, if you can imagine. So that was one effect. The other effect that we had, of course, is that mobility of people was exceptionally limited. And so people were really unable to come to the clinic, even though we could have managed appropriately, as we had previously done in previous pandemics without problems. So travel was a particular problem. Now, having said all of that, I want to turn it around and look on the other side, because what we've discovered overall is the value of online visits with patients. Wound care is rather special. You really can't do a lot of wound care online. But if it's a follow-up appointment, if it's education, if it's support, if it's that kind of thing, virtual consults online by telephone or by conference call with patients has really blossomed in our particular area. And that's been one of the benefits of the COVID-19 pandemic.
That nurses can come back and your clinic could be reopened as soon as possible. Thank you. And the second question is, for wound care, in which area do you think need to be improved to be better prepared with such a crisis?
Oh, I think that's a difficult question. I think that unfortunately, when it comes to wound care, it's so many external factors that impinge on it that I'm not sure that we can control those much. So I think probably developing and encouraging, looking at how we can continue to enhance our ability to do remote assessments, Although I have to tell you, with my experience in doing this with Northern Canada remote assessments, that it's a very challenging thing to do wound assessment because it really involves assessing the whole patient. It really involves looking for areas that are difficult to see in a video, such as undermining and tunneling. All of these things are difficult to do. I mean, it could conceivably lead us to look at further enhancing our protocols in this area. But I think that a lot of the factors are really external to our own particular clinic.
Thank you, David, for your sharing. Next, we would love to turn to Professor Wu Ling. In the post-epidemic era, what is the biggest challenge for the wound care? Now, we are controlling the epidemic as a usual case. In 2020, we encountered some wound care problems. One is about safety, the safety of the patients, firstly, because the patients move from home to hospitals. He has to commute and take the transportation. So they are prone to get infected by the epidemic. And also, there may be some gatherings of people in those public spaces. That's why in many places we are developing the remote medical and healthcare to regularize such procedure. Last year, we also championed the stay-at-home healthcare. But how to guarantee the safety of the patients if they are staying at home? That's another question. Another issue of safety is about the safety of the doctors and nurses. Those are the close contacts of the patients. In my hospital, we haven't suspended the outpatients. We started our outpatient services since early last year. So we keep our contacts with the patients, including the fluid of the patients and the organs and tissues. So last year, safety was an acute problem for the stay-at-home patients. And the second thing is about the commuting. Last year, in the first half, we had a decreasing number of patients going to the hospitals, but in the second half, the number resumed. And because of the traveling, many of the wounds may not get instant care, particularly those very acute wounds. Because of the postponement of treatment, they may get further infected. Last year, on the internet, we saw such incidences of people not being able to eat out. They cook at home, and there are a lot of people burned because of cooking at home. Thirdly, in early 2020, we found a lot of cases concerning the skincare because of using such protective devices. So the incidence rate of skin disease was higher last year. And for many of those nurses in the heavy cases, they were transported to Wuhan already for the epidemic control. For some others, they may be assigned to the big hospitals. Some hospitals were taking charge of those major surgeries and those heavy and major disease. And according to the statistics, since the quarter 4 of 2019 to quarter 3 of 2020, we saw that the first quarter of 2020 having the highest incidence ratio of pressurized ulcer, but since June and July, the number returned to normal. And the incidence of ulcers declined since the second half of 2020. That's the curve at national level. And in Jiangsu province, it's almost in parallel. So that were about the challenges we faced last year. Okay, thank you, Professor Wu. Then in this post-epidemic era, what do you think can we do to better respond to emergencies in terms of wound care? Thank you, Madam Wen, for the question. Firstly, now we are controlling the epidemic on a daily basis in the outpatients or in the wards, so we must continue the protection and control work. particularly safety issues when they are on their way to intervention, and we recommend the patients to get such help from the shortest distance. But now we lack enough regional cooperation and homogenized standard of caring. So those will be the problems for us to tackle. And secondly, we must have good management of outpatient. For example, evaluation of risks of patients and disinfection and the management of those medical garbages. Those would help us to better control the epidemic. And also, we highlight the introduction of appointment-based outpatient and the multi-channel outpatient, for example, stay-at-home appointment and counseling by using internet. We also must enhance the training of the practitioners. Last year, we saw many issues incurred by those protective devices. This year, we must enhance the training to avoid such problems from breaking out. Professor Wang just now mentioned about the guideline. This guideline would be very helpful for protecting the patients. And also, we must have a contingency plan in preparation, including the counseling or those patients changing their drugs or devices during the quarantine time. And also, we must combine online and offline education. As has been mentioned, the online education can be very flexible. Last year in Jiangsu province, we have a team opening an account on TikTok to educate the science and knowledge about incontinency or wound care. Not just the patients can access those videos, all of those practitioners could visit it. Now we have over 200,000 views of our videos on the account. That's a very good channel of transmission. And secondly, internet could be harnessed to serve patients. For example, we can further improve those online programs and introduce some guidelines and norms about safety so as to better improve the internet experience. And it is better for us to have categorized treatment and the diagnosis, but that must start with the training of grassroots people. For example, the health stations, those nursery homes are usually now closed down. So how to solve the problems since there is no visit to those elderly people in the nursery homes during the epidemic? We must do enough training and education work so that such a categorized diagnosis and treatment philosophy could be implemented. Those will be the study focus in the future, and we must work on them. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wu Ling, for the answer. In your information, we already noticed that even though the epidemic is a challenge, it delivers opportunities to us. For example, we are paying more attention to the regional cooperation and the standardized caring. We also pay more attention to training and education, not just among those peer nurses and doctors, but also those elderly people, carers, or the grassroots carers. They must receive better training and education so that they can deliver more professional services to the patients. Thank you, Professor Wu, again. Next, let's go to Professor Zheng Meichun. Recently, we see some rebound of epidemic cases worldwide. So, Professor Zheng, considering such repeated occurrence of the epidemic, how can those patients with wound care problems have better quality of care staying at home? That's a very good caring question. Stay at home caring is an important stage for those patients. When they are hospitalized, our nurses or therapists could offer personalized guidance for the patients, but when they return home and were rehabilitating, staying at home, they may face a lot of problems. As the chairperson has said, because of the epidemic control requirements, sometimes the patients may not be in a position to revisit the hospital. So that will have some impact over their rehabilitation, even their quality of life for those patients with heavy symptoms. So how to offer guidance to them when they're staying at home, that's very significant. And our therapists have been attaching great importance to that issue. And I think the answers are threefolded. Firstly, before they were discharged from the hospital, the professional nurses or doctors must make sure that the patients or their caretakers have already learned the method of changing the devices or drugs. Particularly the family members, they must know the procedure of handling the device. In addition to daily care, the patients and their family members must also be instructed to take care of some simple and commonplace complications like the skin disease. They must take care and take notes of their skin conditions and the surroundings of the wound.
They've also to understand all the features and characteristics of all the products as well as the bags. They have to learn quickly the evaluation process and how they are going to resort to the professionals to help out. Then next is we are going to prepare a guidebook or manual book for the patients. For those products and for those bags, we are going to shoot these small videos, short videos for them to take up and learn from. In our specialty and discipline, we are also working out a public WeChat official account, enabling the family members and patients to know more about the latest knowledge and updates. And we're also going to follow up the patient. In the post-surgery period, the indications, the follow-up should be carried out by the experts through the outpatient department or telephone. For those new patients, we have to provide standardized treatment to sustain the long-term care and support. In the COVID-19 period, telephone, WeChat platform, and other new way will be adopted to ensure the follow-up. In some of the hospitals, they have designed special WeChat group for the patients to consult and to discuss. We will also follow their step to use up the WeChat official account to follow the patients more actively. Each week after the surgery, I suppose we should have at least one consultation. Within 1 month after surgery, the shape, the size, the tunneling, the channeling of the stoma are pretty important. In our department, we will keep the record of the WeChat accounts to give them one-to-one consultation services. By identifying the hazards, we are going to prevent the big problems. We can also give guidance to the patients to find the nearest clinic. For the special cases, we could also ask the patients to apply for the Internet Plus services, and we will come back to their doorstep for the home services. Again, we are going to follow the features of each clinic to provide specialized services, like we are providing the mail delivery of the products to enabling the patients to have the best products. Those are my personal opinions. Thank you very much for listening, and thank you, Jen, for your sharing. Madam Jen shared with us her wisdom over the guidebook design. And I suppose that the products made by Coloplast will be your first preference. And we can also shoot the short videos and designing new follow-up. The follow-up will be carried out by WeChat account and Internet Plus tools to better serve the patients. You are also having a lot of tools for us to resort to. The next question is also for you, Madam Jen. So I want to ask about the recovery of the patient traffic. Starting from 2020, in the most severe period, in order to ensure the clinical safety, the special department has provided quota to control the traffic. When everything is getting back to normal, the traffic is also coming back. 30 patients in the morning and 30 also in the afternoon. In the weekdays, we are seeing a huge demand from the patient. Normally, the quota will be fulfilled, and we are also receiving and treating the patients who want to add new quota. In our department, we are seeing 6,000 patients at times compared to the number of 2019 or 18. We are seeing a quite leveled up data. In 2020, during the control period, for those patients who are not going to do the chemical therapy or radiotherapy, we're going to transfer them into the ET clinicians as well as the nurses. We are also talking to the national peers in Guangdong province. Over 2,000 also ET or nurses are out there. In some of the hospitals in Guangdong, they are opening the specialized hospitals. If the general hospitals at locality does not set up their special department, the patients will be transferred into the nearby ostomy hospital. But for some of the patients who are unable to move, they can apply for the Internet Plus services. So the nurses and therapists will come to your doorstep for your homestay services. This is some of our steps and countermeasures in order to curb our traffic, but still the traffic is coming back to the level of 2019 in Guangdong province. We are seeing everything is coming back to normal. Thank you. Thank you, John. You are also one of the KOLs in saying the words on behalf of the ET therapists as well as the nurses. And in the post-epidemic era, the SCI patients are very much hard to come back to the hospital. I want to ask Wang Yuanjiao how we are going to manage the bladder of the SCI patient. What are the major differences between the pre- and post-epidemic eras? Thank you for the question. It is an excellent question. The differences between the pre- or post-epidemic eras. We have different ways to manage all those patients with SCI symptoms. In the human history, contagious and respiratory diseases are a big threat. It is also a huge obstacle for humans to live longer. I've been working in the sector for 20 years. In the rehab center, I experienced SARS, MERS, as well as for the epidemic caused by the birds. Now it is a 2020 COVID-19 season. As society is making new progress as well as that of the medical devices, we want to give out new treatment over the respiratory contagious diseases. There are several countermeasures. The first is about the management of the contagious sources. We want to identify the sources as early as possible. The second is about the cutting away the channel of contagious. We want to limit the gathering of the patients, to keep the hygiene of the individuals, and to wear the masks. The next about education and science communication. We want to ask the cooperation from the citizens to work together with our hospitals. The next, we are going to provide the weak and marginalized group. For the rehab center, this is something we care very much. In the post-epidemic era, we have to strengthen our control. In the hospital, we have to separate out the special wards to retrofit the devices and utilities and to ensure the safety of the transfer. Apart from all that, we want to protect the visitors, the families, and the relatives of the patient. This is also something we are prioritizing. For one thing, we limit the time and frequency of the visit. This is our way to protect patients. So I have some tips for you. The first is we have to do more communication education in letting the patients and relatives know how important the protection and control is. The point is we have to work together with the patient and the relatives. We need their cooperation. The second point is we have to do more care and support. The nurses have to know the mental and physical needs of the patient to help them address the real problems. We have to meet their demands as much as possible if they are appropriately expressed. The third point is we have to have face-to-face communication to understand what they want. Are they mentally healthy? If there's some problem, we have to provide mental support. The fourth point, we're going to help the patients to build up a channel to communicate with the family members and relatives. We have the new media such as WeChat, video, telephone, or text messages. Those are the new channels for us to talk to the family members of the patient. This is our resort to work together with the patient to help them to maintain a positive mindset. By having all those 4 steps mentioned, we are going to ensure the healthy patient who are going to be discharged. They are going to maintain a positive mental and physical status to get the full recovery. Thank you. Thank you, Wang. From your answer, we have to understand that SCI patients have to know more about educational tips. They have to understand what we are going to do. And for us, we are going to communicate with them to help them to recover. Thank you again, Wang. For those patients, they cannot come back to the hospitals in time. They are instead staying home to receive the cure. So how can they manage the blood when they are staying home? In the epidemic season, most of the patients find it is pretty hard for them to come back to the hospital. Some of them are staying home to treat themselves. How we are going to maximize the benefits of self-care to reduce the visit to the hospitals. For the SCI patients, it is a very important question for them to manage the bladder. When they are staying home, can they maintain the IC or to administer the frequency in appropriate frequency? Can they maintain their appropriate way to do that? Or they can maintain appropriate drinking, to do self-monitoring and self-evaluation. All those are very important tips. By having appropriate tools to manage a bladder, we can reduce the hospital visit. In 2020, the SCI patients feel very much physically handicapped. They feel very much difficulty in coming back to the hospital. So we want to help them to protect the urine tract, improving the life quality. To realize those targets, the health education is a prerequisite before the discharge. They have to know something to understand what we are going to do for them. When they're coming back to home, they are going to continue the practices as doctors and nurses once did for them. Like how to wash your hands, how to utilize the disposable catheterization. They have also to keep the evaluation and the bladder diary. Also, from the point of the hospital, we are going to continue our services well, as briefed by the previous speakers. We are going to sustain our services through the telephone, WeChat, video, and text messages. As the previous speakers pointed out, for each week, we're going to ask the patient through the telephone, how do you feel about your body? Consequently, the patients can give us a feedback in a real-time fashion. This is also a reminder to the patient you are going to continue your IC to prevent the future complications. The patient should be well educated to adopt the Internet Plus tool to consult with experts online. The online consultation is also something highly feasible. The fourth point is, I know that the Coloplast has set up an online community for the patients.
Patients could access the following helps. First, the follow-up visit through the call to offer them some information and support. And secondly, to access the notifications posted by the platform, including knowledge about how to manage bladder. And thirdly, to access some products with promotion. So such product support from Coloplast would be very significant for the patients because during the epidemic, it is really important to access high quality products. And such a community platform from Coloplast will be a great boost to the patients. We can teach the patients to register as a member of that online community. Those would be the policies for the patients. With such patient support and the help of the whole community, we certainly would manage the bladder and improve the quality of life of the patients. The final result will rely on the efforts of all. Those are all I want to share today. Okay? Thank you, Professor Wang. You are a very senior expert in rehabilitation and nursing. Today, we are really honored to see the chairperson from Austria and Professor Liao, Professor Wang. All of those professors have mentioned about the cooperation of the professionals so as to disseminate the methodologies of bladder management in China. Thank you all for our experts for the excellent answers. Just now, in this discussion, we know that whether it's Chinese or overseas experts, even during the epidemic, our workload is still very heavy, but all of those experts and professionals are bold enough to shoulder their responsibilities. They can fully consider their disciplinary features to introduce and encourage the new pathways of caring and nursing, for example, Internet Plus caring and nursing, or the TikTok account, or categorized diagnosis and treatment and different educational channels so that the patients could access the required nursing and their quality of life and their safety can be guaranteed. So our professionals and experts are truly implementing their social responsibilities. Thank you all again for your time. Now let's get back to Professor Xu Honglian for a wrap up. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Wen, for your work. The fifth WOCF forum is approaching the end. Today, we just had a very informative sharing from the 3 Coloplast products. We had enough confidence about future offering to patients with high quality. And with the keynote speeches, we learned the progress made in nursing and caring, the newest guidelines, standards, and intermittent catheterization would be very enlightening for our future work. In the panel discussion part, we add more information to the keynote speeches. We could follow on the details of nursing, particularly for the last panel discussion between the Chinese and foreign experts of different backgrounds, shared with us about their working environment in the epidemic. We gathered enough wisdom So that was really a great feast of insights. Thank you all again for your sharing, and I also want to thank the interaction from the audience online. I also want to thank Coloplast for sharing with us this platform of exchange for Chinese and overseas experts so that we can share our research results and extend our scope of research. I hope there will be more such opportunities for further communication to promote academic and scientific development together. Thank you all. Now let's get back to our conference venue in Beijing. Thank you, Professor Xu Honglian, for your moderation. We care in the name of love. We focus on academic development for further development. We work together to fight against the COVID-19 in 2020, and in 2021, we will stay together and remain true to our initial mission so the patients in need can live more at ease. Dear experts and professors online, this is the end of the 5th WOCF. Thank you all again for your time, whether you are in China or abroad, for this feast of insights and wisdom. Let's look forward to the next meeting. See you. Bye.
我们故事的主人公叫亨瑞，是个活泼快乐的小男孩，和所有小孩子一样，喜欢蹦蹦跳跳、爬上爬下。但在他出生时，却因为先天性疾病饱受折磨，每天都在与病魔抗争。在医生的建议下，亨瑞做了造口手术，希望积极的治疗可以帮助亨瑞成为勇敢的小斗士，像正常的小孩子一样嬉笑玩闹。在尝试了各种造口产品后，亨瑞选择了圣舒缪系列。如今，亨瑞已经适应了造口，成为坚强的小斗士，积极地享受生活。圣舒缪是一款全球领先的产品，专为贴合不同体型而设计。它运用的 Body Fit Technology 体型适应技术，可以使底盘紧密粘贴而顺应身体运动。新型弹性粘胶可随皮肤拉伸而拉伸，保持牢固贴合。它的延展性是圣舒产品的2倍，让人感觉像是人体第2层皮肤的材料。圣舒缪袋子很舒适，让亨瑞的生活质量有了明显的提高。但是最初，亨瑞只能选择成人的造口袋，贴在亨瑞身上像是小孩子穿了大人的鞋。因为我们无法找到专属儿童的产品，在医护人员和康乐宝一起开发儿童造口护理指南的过程中，我们发现儿童造口患者是非常与众不同的群体。
我希望与你一起分享，对于儿童而言，一个理想的造口产品应该具备哪些特点。小孩子天生活泼好动，所以我们不仅需要贴合方式不同，还一定要能随着他们小小的身体一起运动。而成人的造口袋用在儿童身上时，通常儿科造口护士还会把外缘进行修剪，以便更适合小孩子的腹部，使其不会太靠近肚脐或大腿。通过临床经验总结和技术创新，康乐宝携手儿童护理专家，为儿童患者设计出了专属于儿童的造口产品——圣舒缪儿童系列产品。圣舒缪儿童系列产品的底盘是星形轮廓，更容易贴合小孩子圆圆的腹部，而且袋子更小巧轻便，适合孩子活泼好动的天性。这款产品还在2019年获得了 Red Dot 国际知名的红点设计大奖。
康乐宝专为儿童研发的圣舒缪儿童系列造口产品真的太神奇了。星形轮廓很棒，因为每天贴着造口袋会让亨瑞感觉不舒服。这个底盘可以调整皮肤暴露的位置，使得皮肤可以得以喘息。而且这个形状像海星一样抓住亨瑞圆圆的肚子，不用担心在跑跳攀爬时贴合不牢。有了这款产品，使亨瑞的生活更有品质。他可以做任何想做的事，造口不会限制他的未来。这就是专属儿童的造口产品圣舒缪儿童系列。现在它即将在中国上市，希望能够帮助更多的造口儿童。小斗士们，加油！
造口旁扇 是造口人常见的远期并发症之一。36%的造口人会在术后400天内发生旁疝，随着时间的延长，这个发生率可达到50%或更高。旁疝给造口人的正常生活带来困扰。研究显示，大部分造口旁疝患者的生活质量都不高。
造口旁疝多伴有局部肿胀等不适感，突出的疝内容物还会影响造口袋的粘贴，导致排泄物的渗漏。
造口旁疝长期压迫导致血供不良、回流障碍、皮肤营养障碍，可出现疝表面皮肤溃烂和肠管的嵌顿、梗阻和坏死。
肠造口旁疝早期因为临床症状比较轻微，不易引起患者的重视，但随着病程的延长，旁疝的加重，最终将影响造口袋的佩戴以及体型的外观，以至于影响生存质量。
对于永久性肠造口患者，造口旁疝发生率高且难以治愈，因此造口旁疝的预防十分的重要。
80%至90%的肠造口旁疝患者采用非手术治疗，使用腹带是非手术治疗的主要措施，也是预防造口旁疝发生的主要措施。
对于旁疝早期或症状轻微者，使用合适的腹带，尤其是造口腹带治疗，可以使症状缓解，并且预防造口旁疝的发展。
使用造口旁疝专用腹带，能够对造口旁疝起到承托的作用，减轻患者的不适感，同时也能够减少肠管的缺血、坏死以及造口旁疝、嵌顿的这样一些并发症的发生。
一款更高品质的造口旁疝专用腹带 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带来到中国，它专为造口旁疝管理而设计，将为造口周围旁疝和腹部隆起提供舒适支撑。Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带由特有的可剪裁区域和透气可拉伸的弹力松紧带两部分组成。可裁剪区域采用高科技面料，具有良好的支撑性，帮助固定造口袋，承托旁疝，有助于延缓旁疝的进展。同时，可以根据个体需求，在此区域裁剪出个性化的造口袋专用孔，将无孔腹带量身定制成专属的有孔腹带。弹力松紧带部分采用高质量的纤维面料制成，弹性好，可向四周随意伸展，紧密贴合身体曲线，且透气性好，佩戴起来不闷热。尼龙搭扣宽且柔软，方便调节松紧程度。同时，扣合端采用人性化的口袋式设计，非常方便腹带的打开和闭合，上下边缘都设计有硅胶底纹，避免腹带在身体运动时卷边或移位。Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带已在美国、德国率先上市。调查显示，94%的使用者反馈其佩戴起来非常舒适。
祝贺 Brava！ 祝贺 Brava！
祝贺 Brava！
祝贺 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带
来到中国，来到中国，
来到中国！
期待 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带
能为中国造口旁疝患者带来福音，
能为中国造口患者带来福音。
期待 Brava 腹部造口弹性绷带
能为中国造口旁疝患者带来福音。
更高品质的产品，只为更高质量的生活，让有贴心护理需求的人们生活得更轻松。
The silicone segment is the fastest growing segment in the wound care market. I look forward to meet with you, to meet with our customers, to support this very important launch for COVAX.
拜尔坦硅胶异形贴在中国市场的上市，为广大的医护专业人士带来了更全面的解决方案。
当患者遭遇意外事故，身体不同部位轻微外伤，护理患处，现在我们有了更好的选择。拜尔坦硅胶泡沫异形贴，多种型号选择，细心呵护伤口。像颈部、腿部、背部这类伤口，我们选用拜尔坦硅胶泡沫敷料方形贴或蝶形贴，多种尺寸，满足不同伤口的需求。一次揭开一侧的保护膜，轻轻固定，均匀光滑，贴合皮肤。当处理手肘、膝盖等关节处伤口时，我们选用蝶形贴。它的蝶形设计使得伤口贴合更加科学，方便关节活动。脚踝处伤口，我们选用足跟贴进行90度弯曲包裹，窄面包裹脚底，宽面包裹脚跟后部。其特别的凹槽设计，能够更好地贴合跟腱凸起部位，使得伤口被充分包裹的同时，脚踝的活动不受影响，大大提升了患者恢复期的生活质量。同时，拜尔坦硅胶泡沫异形贴的3D 立体贴合技术，能使敷料紧贴伤口床，在日常的压力状态下不反渗，为伤口创造了更好的愈合环境。另外，硅胶层的设计使得异形贴比传统胶带更易于接触，能够大大减轻更换敷料时的疼痛感，并有效减少了胶面对伤口周围皮肤的损伤。
早日告别伤口，我选拜尔坦硅胶泡沫异形贴。